Oh my god, I'm trying to get it right. I'm trying to get it right. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, yeah, you're floating. This is, I think, the first or second time of us using the stand, so we're still figuring it out. We're still learning. I know I haven't been here in so long. I know, but it's mostly because it's winter and I feel like, I don't know about you, but it's just been feeling like relax, rest, go inward. But yeah, I am here to talk about a lot of things, but before we begin, I just wanted to let folks know I'm gonna start off with the story about Ari Fletcher's son, Yosan, talking about light skinned people or light skinned girls and Latinas and shit. I'm gonna start with that so we can talk about everything else after that. So that if folks don't want to listen to that part of the video, come back in like 15, 20 minutes. Because we'll probably be done by then. But Mayo's World posted an Instagram video. There will be a link in the comment section below. And in this video, she was showing off Ari Fletcher. I'm not a fan. I don't know the girl. I know nothing about this person, but I know that her and her partner, Mr. G Herbo, have a son. What up, Joyce? Hope you're doing well. G Herbo and Ari Fletcher have a son named Yosan, who was on camera recently talking about his preferences, and I want to say that it seems like he may be only 7 years old. And so I want to be candid that we're talking about a conversation that a mother was having with their 7-year-old child. So I'm trying to just, again, lay the scene, set it up, and make it make sense. Okay, so from what I've noticed, Ari Fletcher used to be with G Herbo. They're no longer together. They're co-parenting with their son. And so apparently there are moments of parenting that each of them shows, seemingly. Again, I don't know anything about this person. I am simply bringing them up, but I did want to give a little background for anybody who was like, who? What up, Ren? I hope you're doing well today. What up, Meryl Streep? I hope you're doing well. Oh my God. I hope everyone's doing cute. But if you're not, please talk shit about it, please. Don't feel like you have to pretend like everything's okay if it's not. Like if things are going left, please talk about it. Please talk about it for real. But as I was saying, Ari Fletcher, Ari Fletcher and her son Yosan made a video where it seems like Yosan might have not known he was being filmed. It seemed like a little candid moment where he was being very honest. And in this video, he was telling his mother that he prefers light skinned girlies. What up, Annie? I mean, here's the thing. Yosan is a little baby, but he is also a lighter skinned child. And so, unfortunately, all of the fame that they're giving him right now could be a problem at some point. I think that that's something that you could say about anybody, though. Like, I feel like if you look at who was the child star, and, as a kid, they had all this power and money. And then, fast forward 10 years, it's very clear that there's a culture issue and it's not just a young person having access to money or access to wealth or anything like that. It's very much the climate and also the special treatment, which can form narcissism. And so, with that being said, I don't want to pile on Yosan. I don't know him. He's also a baby. So what I'm trying to offer is that I want to focus on the adults in the situation and what they could have done differently. I also want to just talk about candid thoughts that I have. You know what, Joyce? I'm being silly. I'm being silly because I'm sure they don't do anything without a camera on that baby. So I don't know. I'm drunk. I'm not really drunk, but let's just say I'm drunk because I don't know why I would say that. But with that being said, it sounded like Yosan was being as candid as he wanted to be, but there were moments where it seemed like Ari was cutting him off. And it was awkward because he made a comment that if he was able to finish it, sounded like he was going to say something about his mother and, things about his mother that are informing his decisions around intimacy or desire. But in the video, Ari is seemingly disturbed at her son wanting someone who looks like him and her. And there are people in the comments of the video being like, I'm not going to be mad at nobody mixed for desiring somebody mixed. And it's awkward because in that moment, what would have been really amazing is if Ari bothered to say, what does light skin mean to you? What does Latina mean to you? What does mixed mean to you? Because then that would have been a moment for her to understand her child more. At this point, just from the video that was surfaced and clipped, it's clear that she was uncomfortable at what he was saying, despite the fact that he was naming privilege that she has herself. And so that could have been a real great moment to actually talk about what it means to desire so, or what it means to say that you like this light skinned person or you like this Latino person. What are you liking? Like asking questions like that. Even her saying, oh, so you want something mixed? And then trying to push that like he should be looking at brown skinned girls. He should be looking at browner skinned girls. Notice how she doesn't say dark. And there's a reason why she says brown, in my humblest opinion, is because she's probably very aware at this point, like I am, that the conversation around colorism has made so many mixed people lose their minds. It's unfortunate, but the conversation, not the system, the conversation about colorism, just conversation, has really had a lot of fellow mixed people realizing in real time that we're not black and there's more language. And so many fellow light skinned people who are mixed, and I know mixed is not just light skinned, but walk with me here. Many lighter skinned people are realizing that race is deeper than they may have thought before. Some mixed people have said to me, I don't know when it changed, as if to say, oh no, something's changed. Why am I no longer black? Not holding that we were never black, but the conversation, who was it had by? Who told us we were black? A lot of times it was fellow mixed people. And so with that being said, it's a moment where I'm sitting with the ways that we're all talking, but some people are really not saying the same thing as you. And so you actually have to ask more questions. And so it seemed like Ari was trying to let him know you should be desiring someone brown, as if that's going to help the child. And it's awkward because here's the reality. Ari and G Herbo are both light-skinned, very obviously mixed people. That's okay, right? But because of identity politics, because people want to look and make sure they can trust that person, something impossible, truly. There's layers to this that's unfolding that people may not be feeling comfortable to talk about, which is real. Which is real. I've talked a lot of times when I didn't really have too much to say. I can understand not wanting to do that shit. I can empathize. However, there are some people not speaking strategically. And I don't want to bring up the girlie that is mad at me because I said that mixed people ain't shit. But I wanted his name that in this moment, like because Ari is holding on to herself as perhaps black, seeing her child as perhaps black, like this changes the conversation. And it's awkward because some people don't want to believe that there is a way many mixed people get taught how to behave as the right kind of black person. And I don't think we talk about that enough. We're going on a field trip. I'm still reading, but we gotta get a lighter and I left my water bottle in here, which is really tragedy. And I'm gonna need all these juice boxes. The son is 7 apparently. Your son is apparently 7 years old. And again, he is very popular online. When I was like looking up the video and just getting some more information, I was like, wow, this is really fascinating. Like I didn't realize, like I think I've heard maybe one G Herbo song maybe, and I think it was a cypher. I think it was him and others. I know Ari Fletcher because people talk about her. I don't know Ari Fletcher outside of people talking about her. But with that being said, because people talk about her, because she's a part of, being internet famous, her son will have a level of fame and eyes on him always. And so the ways that they showcase him and the ways they talk to him is going to matter because somebody gonna pull this shit up when he do something weird. And I feel like that's another layer to this. Is like this video really does set it up to where people are gonna be wondering, hey yo son, what's your first crush? Like who's the why? This is me making a lot of messes, but don't worry, we're done now. Promise. 15% battery. I love that for me. Like I said though, but in the future, if Yosan does something strange, or unfortunately, if he tries to date someone who's darker skin, people may look at this video. It's unfortunate to think about like that, but in the future, if he does unlearn the ways he is clearly being taught to think about light-skinnedness, mixedness, Latina-ness, this may be an awkward video. And again, I don't think enough parents realize you don't even have to put your baby on camera. Like even talking about your child, like it gives so much information to people that, again, may not really have the best interest of your child in mind when they create this content in the future, but it will be created. And again, it's the ways that this video of her baby is already being like, it already went viral, but I feel like Maiwa, I appreciate them like bringing back viral clips a couple weeks later, just because sometimes the clip is going so viral, people want to fight in the comments. Like if you give it a little minute, you'll usually be able to connect with people who are like a little bit more reasonable to talk to about the topic. But again, this conversation is one that's being had on Maiwa Space. I hope people check it out. I don't have way too much to offer. I just was thinking, you know, damn, Ari, why didn't you just ask why weren't you curious? Like, that's what frustrated me in the moment. Is like, why weren't you asking him, what does Latina mean? What does light skin mean? What do these things mean to you? Like, what does it mean to you? What value does it have? And again, he's old enough to acknowledge that he is preferring a color, a look of a girl. What does he get to see all day? Like, do y'all look at what he looked at on the phone? Do y'all care about that? I really wonder. Like, again, I don't know how a child sees us adults on the phones all the time and doesn't try to do the same thing. But it's the way that there are so many of us who really don't understand that our parents are really our first teachers, our first everything, and they could also be our first op. And I think about that layer to this is that like Ari loves to show off. Great. Now that you have a baby who is saying things that are connected to colorism and you do not have the tools to help him, it's moments like this that make me wonder, like, is it possible to, like, it's just like, what is appropriate, you know? Because so many people think about colorism all day because it is happening to them. They think about how this or that thing can impact them because it's happening to them. And the ways that like that lighter skinned person with her son was just on camera operating like it doesn't matter what's being said when it does matter. And again, even posting it, even uploading it, I'm glad that she exposed herself, but does she know why this is bad? There's moments like that for me where it's like, does she know why like her son saying that is like actually like a problem? And like, again, the ways that she was urging him in real time. No, son, not a light skinned person, a brown skin. And then recently, I feel like I've shared this with y'all. Somebody told me I'm not light skinned. Somebody told me I'm pretending to be light skinned. Somebody told me that I'm brown skinned. And I was like, that is so fascinating. I was also told recently by someone called, I don't even want to go too hard because like honestly I don't want no smoke, but like it was like their channel name was like mulatto something. It was very strange. And they were like, that's some self-hate. Why do you hate on mixed people? Why do you hate yourself? And it's like, whoa. But then I listened to Maiwa's video and she was saying, you know, there were so many times where I wanted to talk about colorism and so many people would tell me, love yourself, love yourself. And in that moment, I never want to compare our experiences. I'm just trying to offer that like people are telling people who are experiencing colorism, just love yourself more. Meanwhile, when I bring up my my experience as an oppressor, the ways in which I was not understanding or not even understanding, the ways in which I wasn't listening, and the ways in which I've caused harm, the ways in which people will tell me that I'm stupid. And it's awkward because it's like, whoa, so you tell deep dark skinned people to love themselves as a way to through colorism. And then if someone who is participating in the system, who is unloading about it, who is literally uplifting the ways that they have done certain things, they're dumb. Do y'all see like the fucking perfect storm where people are now sitting there questioning their mental health and their amount of self-love? The two groups of people that are talking and that want to say something, the people that want to share, totally being diminished. However, everybody else that doesn't want to talk about this is uploading videos letting us know that their child has already been gotten by white supremacy and colorism, that their child is lost in the sauce and they're going to try to do a little weak attempt to say, hey, no. And again, even that moment where she's like, what about brown skin? It's like, that's the right thing to say, right? And it's not. It's really fucking not. But again, we live in a world where everyone wants to say the right thing on camera. So she knows that she knows she's being filmed. She knows this is being filmed. She knows that it's gonna be uploaded. She knows that what he's saying is not right. You can tell on her face that she's not pleased with what he's saying. However, what she may not want to hold is that her son may be looking at her and seeing her as the pinnacle of beauty and dot dot dot. It happens, but with that being said, the ways that like people are going to see this as, oh well, he's just into this one girl. Oh, he just likes, it's his preference. It's like, it's a 7-year-old. I'm sorry, like it's just funny to think you've been alive 7 years and you have a preference of person. I'm sorry. It's just funny as fuck to think about because it's like, how many deep dark skinned people is he even around? Like again, I just want us to hold that like sometimes kids are really pulling from what they're being given. And so it's clear in their household, like they talk like that. Like kids don't just pull conversation out of their asshole, especially when they're not really online like that. Not saying he's not online, just saying that like he's not online to the point where he's been influenced by the internet to say this stuff. His family has influenced him because they're on the internet and that's how they talk. It's medicine. Anyways, I bring all this up to say that when you have a child who is, fuck that, when you have a child, you do need to do more labor when it comes to figuring out, what they think and the value judgments that they hold. That's part of parenting. And a lot of parents don't do that shit. And I'm not trying to talk shit. I'm just saying a lot of parents will tell somebody that your skin is beautiful. That's not enough. You must let them know the systems at play at some point, age appropriately. I'm going to include some other links because a couple of weeks ago, somebody came in here and they had a mixed child and they were trying to figure out how to let their mixed child, like content for their mixed child. And I want to be candid, I have not found any. I have not. I've found content for deep dark skinned children to have higher self-esteem based on all of the self-esteem people invest in lighter skin and white children. And so with that being said, I was trying to let him know, maybe you should be consuming content that lets you know how to operate with your child so that they're not an op. Like, let's think about protecting deep dark skinned people from your mixed child. Some people didn't appreciate that. I understand. Again, we don't live in the same world anymore, and you might be about to be left behind thinking some old shit. It's no longer acceptable to allow your child to be out here in the world and thinking things that even you don't have answers about. You need to find them. That is a part of stewarding life earthside. You must tell them something. And if you don't know, you must find someone who does. That is a part of being a parent. I don't have kids, and I'm aware of that because I used to be one. It's going to take stewardship of many elders for some kids to have the proper accommodation. And honestly, it's rarer and rarer that one or two parents is enough, right? I think people realize that. So with that being said, it's like, sure, Are we encouraging her son to go towards deeper, darker skinned children or deeper, darker skinned girls to like? Personally, I feel like the inappropriateness of the conversation was her sharing this with us. Like, this was not something we needed to hear about. I think that unfortunately, though, we are so overexposed to everything that I'm sure she's not thinking about that. This is just content. But again, it's the ways we don't need to know about what he's preferring. But the conversation being open is important. I think two things can be true at once. Like, we didn't really need to see that. And then also, the way you talk to your child, it needs some work. And again, who's going to hold that? I think a lot of times people, when they post content, they're not looking for advice. Mm. I think that's the thing though. Like when you're a little kid and people try to like make you famous or put you up there, I think that you're gonna always be stunted no matter what happens next because they don't want you to focus on childish things. They're literally putting a camera in front of your face and saying perform. Like I have to get my energy up to come here and hang out with y'all, and I don't even have a plan. I just come on here with what I've been thinking about and I share with you. Most people have a script at this point. Most people have written down thoughts, points, and this is a job. So I don't want to take away from the fact that like this boy is being exploited and he's being put to work. Child labor laws have been rolled back for a while, but it's easier to see online how much people are relying on dependence. Like I even say that when it comes to elders. Like there are moments where I wonder, like, does this older person really want to be on camera? Or are they trapped? They live in a house with you. You got the camera on. Can they say no? Like, will your audience accept if they don't want to film? I think about shit like that. Like, there's times where I don't want to film. I'm grateful I don't have anyone else involved in this shit with me because that would be a fucking nightmare. But with that being said, like, that's happening. Like, there was a girl recently who had to sue her family to get out of a family channel. That's happening. She had to sue her family to not even just get out, to get the money from working on the family channel because the family had made thousands. And she's actually part of why there's a law where if you have your kid on camera, you must set aside money for them. If you're going to put them on camera, if you're going to make them internet famous, you must set aside a wage for all the work that they've been doing. And I think about the ways that like so many younger people, they do not know how much money their parents are pulling in. Oh, man. Mm-mm-mm. I'm gonna read your comments. I've been just going in so I don't get off topic. Um, Not keep on being drunk. You're funny. I'm sorry. I just read your comment, Annie, about G Herbo taking Yosan to the fucking to the studio. That's sad as fuck. Again, we're in a time where we can like see abuse very clearly, and I think some people just don't want to see it. I think some people just don't want to see it like that. And again, I'm sure there's somebody young who thinks like, I wish my family helped me get a channel. I wish my family would give me internet fame. I'm sure. I'm sure. Um. Mm, mm, mm. And see, that's the thing too. I've heard some people say like, "I'm not black, I'm brown," and I've heard that recently. I've also again heard the rise of the term brown skin to differentiate between lighter skin and the deepest, darkest shade. And so I think that we're just in a different, we're just in such an interesting time language wise because there are so many of us who are saying one thing, but somebody not hearing that. And again, it's the ways that we're trying to communicate clearly. But I think unfortunately, when a child speaks, I think that that's when you start to realize just the environment. and what's been being said. Because again, it's the ways that I'm sure they talk candidly about like being light skinned. I'm sure. But again, what does light skin mean to Yosan right now? And again, it's the ways in Maya's video she talks about how a child is very young children pick up on colorism and repeat it, pantomime it, show it off. And again, it's the ways that like I don't want to ever make it seem like the conversation on colorism is being hidden from me. That's not what I'm ever gonna say. But it's more that the ways that colorism was happening to people around me, and I did not listen to them to hear, but also from what I'm hearing, when like there are so many deep dark skin people being candid about the ways that like talking about colorism can feel like saying something bad about yourself. And it's the ways that being marginalized, you may think certain language, certain conversations could be you saying something about you. And I want to make it more personal and just say that like when I first started talking about being fat and calling myself fat, reclaiming the word fat, I know there were people very uncomfortable, very much like you wanna say that you're fat, like you want to be known as unhealthy. Like that's really where people took it. Like me taking back a word that people have used to hurt me, to say I am fat, to say I am big back, call myself big backed. I'm not feeling any way about that because it is true. My back is big. Now what though? And again, it's the ways that like people will see that as strength, confidence, whatever the case may be. But for some fat people, they will not take it that way. They will see it as what you are loud. And again, it's the ways that like that's why I bring up Flo Millie so much when it comes to the colorist conversation, because she's a deep dark skinned black woman who said, I've never experienced that. And many black folks said, there are some of us who don't want to acknowledge what's really happening, because when we do, there are people who say, oh, you just need to love yourself. Just love yourself. And again, it's the ways that people will say love yourself as if it's not political, as if finding love for yourself doesn't take time, doesn't take community, doesn't take food, doesn't take shelter, doesn't take money. Finding a way to love yourself does take time and energy and so many more things that I probably am forgetting, because again, it's been a while since I've had to go and find it. And so I want to name that as well. That like, sure, I can have days where I don't think the best of myself, but at the core, I'm like, there's so much against me. Why would I be up? Like, to me, that's where I'm at though. At this point, was I always there? Fuck no. Hell no. Mm-mm. And there's still ways that I'm up to myself that, again, I have to sit with and dismantle. And if and when I break silence to my people, my friends, my community, great, love that I have that access. But again, it's the way some of y'all may be trapped in your minds with a thought that must be shared, because who knows what will be revealed from being candid, being honest, being transparent. And I'm going to tie this up by saying that there will be many uncomfortable moments where lighter skinned people don't know what to say, and should really go and look up what is happening in the moment. What is my child really trying to tell me? Because again, even a 7-year-old preoccupied with dating, strange. But again, what does he see? You know? Does he see his father prioritizing his happiness? Does he see his father being a full person? Or is his father always decorated with a woman? And I want us to consider that some young children, they look at adults and they don't see what we see. And so your son may see his father as a man to look up to, a good man. And whatever a good man does, he want to do too. It may be later in life that he realizes other things about his life, his reality. And again, how long will it take? How long? Think about some of the people in your family and some of their parents, and how now you would have never thought that that's who they are, but you never got a chance to know them. their family was beating their ass and treating them like shit. Some people we really don't know until they get away from the abusers. And even then, it takes so long to realize like what you're doing because you want to and what to cope, what is getting you through mental, unwellness, like what is really you and what is harm reduction. Like I feel like those are things to say that like there are going to be people we see online shown to us way too early. They are not cooked yet. And now, unfortunately, without the proper guidance and information, what is Yosan going to think about Latina and light skin now? You know, is that conversation going to stand out to him in his mind as a moment? Will he now think, damn, if I don't get with a brown skin girl, I'm going to disappoint my mom? Like, I don't know if people realize what they're doing when they try to tell somebody what they should want or what would look good with them. Very strange conversation for Ari to be having with her child. Very strange for her to be sharing with us. But because she did, we can have a conversation honestly about the ways that like kids don't usually get to be kids when they're on camera. Like, bitch, I'm trying to with this clip on one. I just feel like I don't have the nostril for it, bitch. I've been trying, but it's been struggling. But anyways, like I was saying though, Yosan, I pray they just take him offline and just let him be a kid. But can they? I'd be wondering that after a certain point. Sidebar, talking about kids. Can we talk about Beyonce? You want to get messy for a little bit? The system is about gaslighting deep dark skinned people about their experiences and then harming mixed biracial and lighter skinned people for betraying their privilege. Again, it's the ways that like even when white people talk about being white people, like I notice like when white people like become white what is it called? Damn, there's like 8 white identities and one of them is like white. Damn, it's basically when like the white person has listened to so many black people and non-white people that they're just like regurgitating. They're just saying they're saying everything that they can think of that like they're realizing in real time is part of like bullshit, lies. And again, the ways that like us lighter skinned people have to go through that as well. There are many identities I truly believe for lighter skinned people, but because of the conversation around whiteness and all of us being so zoomed in on white people bad, we're failing to see colonized behavior bad. We're really failing to see how all of us can be carrying on colonized behavior. And that white skin is absolutely a way to be perpetuating colonized behavior and people not think anything twice about it. The ways that people will really operate like, well, that's just how white people are. And it's like, no. And unfortunately, that's a type of infantilizing. Even assuming white people don't know any better. Why haven't they read? A lot of times I'm noticing people trying to hold that this is just how white people are and they're not aliens. I used to really think like white people had like a mental health issue, and at this point what I'm really holding in real time is that white is just mixed. The word white, they made it up, but the phenotype around whiteness, I think we all know at this point there's many whites, right? I think we all know that at some point somebody saw my mom as white. I was like, she's not, but go off. And again, the ways that like even saying my mom's not white when it's like clearly the mixed grandfather and the white grandmother produced what? They returned. Again, I wish we could talk about this in reality. Many people have been mixing for a long time. Mixed is not one color. But at this point in history, if you get enough people who look like me to say we're black and then we fuck anybody, we're guaranteed to make more mixed people because we are mixed people. It doesn't matter who we fuck next. We're going to create a mixed person. And just like Barack Obama didn't create 2 black daughters, somebody might think that those 2 girls, the 2 Obama daughters, are black girls, but we know that Obama is a mixed man. We're aware at this point that Obama was not really rooted in Black Politico. And so, what could he pass on to his daughters? You're asking a lot of Michelle. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it, please. Stop it, please. Because I see that happening now. Now, everybody wants Black women to carry the right biracials, the right mixed people. You're asking a lot. You're asking a lot. Let's just hold that there are some Black folks who fuck some people and they're not Black. Oh well. Oh well. You know what? It's probably for the fucking best though, if you really want to go there. Think about it. Us mixed people can show our fellow mixed people who call themselves white that they're under a delusional spell. Because again, at this point in career, I cannot unsee white is just mixed. They keep fucking the same phenotype. That is why they look like that. They go out of their way to find the blonde hair, the blue eyes. They want to return. They want to keep the lineage a certain look. I want you to consider that. That when white people were colonizing, as they've been colonizing, they have been giving words to people to use to identify themselves. My people, my mother, there's words for her. There's words for me. But what's the point of saying we're all Black? What's the point of that? I want you to think about this because there's nothing that just goes viral and is something that we all understand for no fucking reason. I want you to just consider that. We never needed to see a TV show that said everybody who has one drop of black blood. Did we need to see that? Or did they create that so that we can hold that as an identity, so we can hold that as a way of thinking? I want you to consider a lot of the things that were offered. There's money involved in that. There's money involved in telling people who they are and making them or suggesting that they do certain things. Even Ari telling Yosan, go towards browner skinned women. For what? I hate to say this, but there are a lot of mixed people who think just find someone close enough to Black phenotype so you don't look colorist, so you don't look featurist. That's what I hear. And again, the ways that she said you would look good with a brown skinned girl. He's 7, baby. He's 7. I know that you want to say the right thing in the moment, but the right thing in the moment when a baby is speaking is to ask more questions. It's not to tell them what they should do or who they should like. Again, it's the ways that, like, yes, it would be great if we lived in a world where people talked about skin tone and talked about it with love and respect, especially deep dark skin tones. But we do not live in that world. And clearly, from where Yosan is sitting, he has a preference that, again, who taught a 7-year-old that? What has he been watching? It's the ways that like people are in charge of these little tiny humans, but the more exposed they are, the more they are outside, the more they're again being gaslit around blackness. It's just awkward because I know somebody telling Yosan he Black, even though it's very clear he's mixed. The whole family mixed. That's okay. But again, is it okay? Is it okay though? And again, I heard somebody say before, if Black folk don't claim mixed people, then who do we have? The Black folks that are not being claimed. Let's always consider that there are so many Black folks that are not being seen or uplifted. And why is that? I just want us to hold that like no mixed person is owed attention, especially at this point in all the things we've seen from Ari Fletcher and G Herbo, like at this point. Okay. Okay. Wow. You just wanted my energy. All right. What are my birthday plans? Honestly, bitch, like I really just want to sleep. Like I'm really old for real. Like I don't want to do shit. You said not they're gonna try any type of way to get trendy, whether it's a new booty or a new bag. I'm screaming. Hear me out. I just feel like there is there's just a different audience when you have kids. Like once you have kids, like people who are parents are gonna watch you in a way that they might not have if you didn't have kids. Not to mention like once you break up with somebody, once there's a breakup, once there's a shared household, I just feel like as someone who used to really watch Teen Mom and every now and then they suck my ass in, cause bitch, I don't know what had happened with Brianna getting spitted on. But from my perspective, I still feel like Team Ashley. But anyways. But I'm just saying, like, it's a different vibe. Like when you have kids and you're on camera, like, babe. Like I think about Real Housewives of Atlanta. Like I think about how like they weren't just beautiful, fabulous women; they were also mothers, and how like their parenting came up. Shit, Candy and Todd. I don't know if anybody cares about talking about Candy and Todd right now. I don't care, but I do have tea. That's all I got. You said my thing is you're telling your child not to date this type of girl. If he doesn't end up with a girl at all, then what? That's my thing, Ivy. That's what I was gonna say. It's like we don't know who anybody really is. Like I pretended to be straight for a long time. I was always gay. Lowest of keys. The funniest thing to me is like how many adults knew I was queer based on what I was doing, and was just like that's the devil. Stop. Like there were just so many adults trying to tell me stuff. Like I remember one time I invited a bunch of girls from that. Like, bitch, I just want you to just think about this. I was in a high school and I feel like I brought this up before, but I lived with this lady who apparently was my mom's friend, but in retrospect, I don't think so. I think she was just like a lady that just hung out around my mom and whatever happened happened. But she basically ended up taking me when I was little. She took me a couple times. Like she took me when I was really little, and then she took me again as a teenager. And when she took me when I was really little, there was a man. When she took me when I was a teenager, there was a man in her life. She had gotten married, and the man who she was married to, I'm gonna be so for real, like based on how I look and based on how he looks, he was a lighter skinned man. Like I think like his people was like Guyanese, like just like Caribbeans, and so like basically him, me and her, like we low key look like we could be a real family, like based on just again the tones in the family. And so at some point, this man was like trying to act like he's about to be my fake dad. And so he was like, "I'm gonna put you in basketball." Like he's like, "You're tall." Like he will always be looking at my body at the time it didn't seem inappropriate because I wanted a parent. So I was like, yeah, look at me and see that I'm tall and strong. That's fine. But at the time, like I didn't realize this, but he was like, ooh, we gonna get you a scholarship for basketball. Like you're big. In retrospect, bitch, I'm not even athletical. So it's crazy what you will do to like have a family and have people like you. So I was like, yeah, I'll join the basketball team. Bitch. Mm-mm-mm. Look, it was a grand opening, grand closing kind of situation. I was never good. They always had me on the bench. They did not fuck with me. I was not coordinated. Like I was literally just tall. But I invited a bunch of girls from the basketball team to my house, and like it was a lot of black girls. Like they all came to the house, Hartford Public High, if anybody's nosy, and they all came over. It was a cute time. And again, I'm living with this lady who like used to be my caretaker at some point. She was very abusive, very neglectful, but somehow I got back up over there. Don't know how. Ask the state, bitch. So, anyways, I'm inviting all these girls over. We had a good time. Why the fuck, when all the girls left, she gonna tell me that I have a gay demon, a gay spirit on me or some shit? And I was just like, bro, all because there were masculine teenagers, and even saying masculine is like ridiculous because it's like we like no shade. If you're on the basketball team, 9 times out of 10, like you a little tomboy, like you a little, and it's nothing. It's in my opinion, there's nothing masculine about that. I feel like you're just not honestly at that point in being socialized as a girl to think I gotta do this, I gotta do that. Like these were the girlies that wore their natural hair in straight backs. Like these were the girlies that were not worried about a nail being painted. They weren't worried about that. They were worried about their athletical dreams. They were worried about getting enough rest, so they didn't have time to do all these things or they didn't want to. But it was the ways that like I felt so happy with these girls at my house. Like we were having so much fun. And the ways that after they left, I was just worried to pieces about being gay or having gay demons on me. And I'm like, just because some rowdy girls came to the house, and in retrospect, I was gay at that point too. Was I interested in any of those girls? No, they were my teammates. And honestly, growing up poor, I love parties. I love inviting people over my house. When you're a victim of abuse, that's not really possible because can't nobody come to your house. Like some of us know what that's like to be abused to the point where you can't have no friend come over. You got to go to everybody else's house because you can't bring them in your house. Once you bring them in your house, your mom is yelling. Your mom is angry. I didn't realize that until it happened to me. I didn't do that shit again. My mom is so abusive, no one can come in the house. And some people don't realize what that's like. Some of y'all know a kid that you could never go to their house. They didn't want to tell you to stress you out. Their parent is evil, like high key. Like that's how I would describe my mom at this point. Very evil, very much don't care if you get your social needs met, like very much don't care that you have to go outwards out of the home to find friendship in an all-white community. Don't care about that. Very much don't want nobody in her house. That's what my mom will always say. Don't have nobody in my house. Nobody better be in my house. And so with that being said, as an adult, as a teenager, I will always want to invite somebody over the house because I never could. And so it's the way that like this lady really turned that shit into some anti-gay, pro-Christian bullshit. And it's like, all because I invited some girls over my house. Again, it's the ways that like, yes, I'm queer. Yes, I have a boyfriend who loves me and he knows I'm gay as hell too. That don't matter to him. He don't care that I'm gay. I don't care that I'm gay and with a man. That's fine for me. With that being said, I think some people don't realize like, just like there are men who fuck with women and they really want to be with a man, some of us know that about ourselves and we don't lie to people. We keep it above. Yeah, we love you, but we also love other people, other experiences. There's not one thing wrong with that. However, because some people don't understand that you can be queer and still be straight attracted. My partner is probably the softest, sweetest little baby pie, and I love that about him. But with that being said, like there are a lot of things that I'm sure he's unlearning being in a relationship with me. There are so many moments I've unlearned in our relationship. You're never done, so just keep that in mind. We don't know who anyone's gonna be. We don't know how gay someone is. They don't even be knowing. They don't even be knowing. And as I shared before, I dated a woman and I literally the whole time was in my head thinking like, I want to be the boy one. And so was she. And it's funny as hell in retrospect because it's like, imagine being with a woman being worried about being the man. But I know I'm not wrong and I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at just, again, the amount of time lost not realizing that this is a conversation to be having with my partner. A moment that would deepen our intimacy, we were both too ashamed. And again, the ways that when femmes get together, the desire to have somebody play a boy, the desire to have someone be the masculine one, like the ways that people can't wait to get back in that binary of I'm wearing pink and so I'm a girl. The ways that so many straight people don't realize they don't have to do that shit, that doesn't mean anything. But again, I know not everybody's there. I know not everybody's gonna understand, and that's quite okay. Like I think that would be wild if everybody understood everything other people understood. Whew, it's our first time here, bitch. Be nice to yourself, for real. Gay demon. Gay demon. Nima, women can't be athletic. I was more so just trying to say that like there was this idea of like seeing these younger black girls as masculine because they weren't performing femininity in the ways that she was expecting. Because when I lived with her, she was very much focused on my aesthetic to a certain point. But I do think that like, and this is gonna sound how it sounds, in retrospect, I think she wanted, like, first of all, my mom tells me way too much, and that's why we can't be cool. But she told me that she wanted my white passing brother, and my mom gave her me instead. I know that sounds like some Tyler Perry shit, and it is. And it is. But this brown skinned woman wanted my white passing brother, like told my mom, from what my mom says, she says, Tammy, you have 3 kids. How are you going to take care of all of them? That's what my mom told me. We know that she be lying, so who knows how it really went down. But she said, from what my mom told me, this brown skinned woman said, "You have a lot of kids and you do not have a lot of money, girl. Let me get one." That's what she told me. And then somehow I end up living with her. Somehow I end up living with her. Not the white passing baby, not the brown skinned little brother, me. And so again, when I was living with her at first, she was very abusive, very neglectful. Again, I don't know how I ended up back with her again. But I think she was still in my background in terms of caretakers I had because my mom had again given me to her. And so when I went back to live with her, she was married at that point. But before she wasn't married. So she was a single woman who clearly wanted a baby at this point. There's nothing wrong with that. But the ways that she treated me was like a dog. Like, and in retrospect, I think she wanted the baby so she could give the baby to somebody to do childcare and then she could pick up the baby. Me, I was too old for childcare that probably was affordable. She would have definitely needed to put some money into watching me. And again, it's the way she would just leave me in the apartment all day like a damn dog and then be mad that I ate ice cream all day. And it's like, why wouldn't I do that? You are not here. And then again, it's the ways that she introduced me to her form of discipline because I already been beaten as a kid, but it's the way that her form of discipline was, I'm gonna beat you with gospel music playing. And I asked her, I said, "Why do you play gospel music when you beat me?" And she says, "Because I want people to think that you're praising God." And when she said that, she didn't realize at the time, but she actually gave me a very important key to understanding that what I may hear and see out here, it may not be what I think. And I'm grateful for that because, again, the way that she let me know very plainly, I'm abusing you with beautiful music playing. And I want people to believe what I want them to believe. And so it don't matter how much you yell. I'm going to play music that's going to make people believe something different is happening. And so I want y'all to just consider that there are times where things are happening and people have so many different ideas on what's going on really. And you really won't know unless somebody is honest with you. And I don't know what compelled her to tell an 11-year-old child, or maybe I was even 8, bitch. I don't remember, but I was under 13 clearly. And to tell me that, I want people to think that you are talking to God. Again, it didn't take long for me to realize that motherfucker not real because why would you do that? I love Christian folks so much because y'all really are the smoking gun. Y'all always do some weird shit that y'all catch yourselves up. Cause it's the way they was talking about this little girl had a demon on her. And all she said was, "I'm grateful because my stepmother treats me well." She told the truth. And next thing you know, there goes a demon. It's the way I love it. But it makes me think of the M. Night Shyamalan movie. I know motherfuckers don't really like M. Night Shyamalan. That's just fine. But the movie The Village is so bomb because it just reminds me that, like, we are in captivity. Be careful what you be believing. Be careful what motherfuckers tell you and they gotta beat you about it. You know what I mean? Be careful what they gotta yell into you or push into you violently. Be careful. Cause I be really wondering, like, what is the point of all that? Ivy, not Space Jam. Bitch. You just gave me some plans. That's where I hear the song. Everybody get up and I'm playing around. And I'm coming out. Welcome to the Space Jam. Bitch, that was a song. They really watch Diddy have produced it though. Bitch, I swear to God, every time I turn around, there he is, ain't it? Just fucking up the vibes. I wish the gay demon taught me something. Okay, I hope you're doing well. Mind you, you're a child. Exactly like when you're a kid, like, no, me and my mom don't have a relationship because she just be lying all the time about all types of stuff that I remember. And that's the thing that sucks. Because at some point, I think all of us know at some point you start to lose your memory. At some point in age, like you start to not remember. And I'm at that point, absolutely. Like at 35, about to be 36 at the end of the month. Definitely be having moments where my memories are impacted. And I know that part of it is complex trauma. Part of it is smoking hella weed. Part of it is my sleep schedule. Like we could blame it on so many things, but there are definitely times where I watch a video of mine and I'll be dying laughing because I really forgot that that shit had happened, and I'll be so tickled. But then I'll have a moment where I'm like, damn, bitch. Like I wonder what, like where that part of the brain is and like where that thought was living. But then when that happens, then I just go do some mushrooms. Honestly, like I literally just remind myself that you know what. It makes sense that I'm losing some things. Like it makes sense that I'm regressing in ways. Like it actually makes a lot of fucking sense. With that being said, I'm trying to take a little sidebar. Trying to take a little sidebar. Just for the Zodiac girls, if you don't give a fuck about Zodiac Tarot, just go for a moment. Just take a moment. Just fart loudly. Whatever you need to get that dookie out of you, just go do it, please. Because I promise you, I am not trying to make you care about space magic. If you don't care, that's just fine. I'm really not one of those girls. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You ain't gotta believe it. You ain't gotta believe it. It's fine. But bitch, why the fuck I did a Donald Trump birth chart and that shit had me about to throw up? Like, oh my god, his birth chart is so awful. Like, bitch, I don't want to say you can have a bad birth chart, but his birth chart was just very much like a scammer, a hoe, a villain. It's like, girl, I ain't never seen that kind of chart before. Hmm. Right, and that's another thing too. Is like even playing basketball, like I didn't think of it as masculine. I didn't think about anything like that. But again, it's the ways that like all these femmes are in athletical clothes. We're all laughing, like I just remember so many good moments with that basketball team. Like there was just so many folks that again like were just again people I wasn't gonna just meet. Like I feel like that's another layer to this too. It's like I'm from a small town in Connecticut, bitch. Like me going to the state capital to live, that wasn't like that wasn't supposed to happen. Like I was supposed to be stuck and married in Connecticut. And my mom really wanted that. Like she really did. Like the day I was supposed to go to college, she literally watched my dad stand me up and then told me that she would refuse to drive on the motherfucking highway where her tags expired. Keep in mind, this bitch is white, and she refused to use her white privilege to speed me to Boston. And I'm grateful in retrospect that I had people that loved me that took me to college. But I think about that all the time. That like I really wasn't supposed to get out of Connecticut. I really wasn't. And like a lot of things like went left the day I was supposed to leave. Like imagine the day you're supposed to go to college. You're stood up by your dad. Your dad just tells you he's not gonna take you. Keep in mind he'd been a deadbeat the whole time. You weren't expecting too much. A ride to college, I figured it was a moment to at least get to know him a little bit and figure out, if I hate his guts for real. He made it clear I should hate his guts. But after that, of course I'm unstable, bitch. I just lost a ride that like Boston, Connecticut to Boston. I want to say it's like an hour 45. It ain't no little drive, bitch. It's not no last minute drive. It's really not. And again, it's the way that I'm melting down. You think my mom gave one fuck about what just happened to me? No, her ass was over here feeling away because I didn't ask her to drive me. She really tried to punish me after I'd already been punished. And I'm like, girl, why the fuck would I want to be in a car with you for 2 hours? Like low key, like at least Mark gonna play some reggae at some point, bitch. Like at some point we gonna stop at the Jamaican spot that he know about in Boston. That was my thought process. We gonna have a cultural moment. Like I don't want to be getting a ride from you, your stanky ass. You're not gonna help me bring the bags out. Like I just was like, I'm pretty sure Mark will perform for this. He didn't. And then she was like, and now I'm gonna make it worse. And it's like, why would that be the case? You're not even paying for college. I'm literally getting a full scholarship, and all I'm asking for is a ride. So again, a relationship with my mom, it's hilarious that I gave her so many chances, but at the same time, I think it takes time to realize like what you're really offering to people. When you try to like make things, when you try to make it seem like it's all on you to make it work. I don't think they really see what you're willing to do. But again, thank God, because I'm glad that it didn't work out. I'm really glad because I really didn't have a lot of boundaries with my mom. I still don't. Like I be wanting to call her, but it's like for what? I be really wanting to call her, but for what? Like she's just not someone to talk to. It's unfortunate. Some people don't know what that's like, and I'm grateful. Some people don't know what it's like to not be able to talk to your mom. Like, I'm so grateful you don't know what that's like. Grateful as hell. But for the people that do, I will be posting some links underneath because there are warm lines to talk to. Like, I've definitely had to call some before. Like, I know some people think like when you have a partner, like they're gonna hear every story, and it's like they do listen to a lot of stuff. But there are moments where many moments, many moments and times where I don't want to talk to my partner about what's happening. I want to talk to someone that again will hold it for me and maybe we'll never speak again. And so again, I'm just hoping that people know you're not crazy for not wanting to tell everybody everything that's going on. It's too much. And then having to tell your therapist or debating on whether or not to tell them. I know what that's like to feel like you can't say the exact sentence and be heard in your vulnerability. That like what you'll say might actually trigger them to do way too much for you. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But see, that's another layer to this too. Is like, do y'all remember like when? And I think about that too. It's like no one ever asked us like, do you want to wear pink? Do you want to wear a dress? Like no one ever asked us. And then think about when you start wearing pants or you start wearing, like I just think about the girlies that, at some point they're like, I don't want to wear this or that. I actually don't like dresses. Like I remember having a moment where I really thought dresses were terrible. Now it's a big shirt. Like now in that context, yes. But in the context of like I'm in something like bitch, I really hated dresses because I had to wear a slip and I had to wear all these fucking extra things. And then when you're fat, why are all the leggings like corset top? Like holy shit. Like it's the ways that like to be at church, I need to be like sausage sucked in my clothes. What the fuck? But again, it's the ways that like church really does set you up to like get a job, right? To like be in society and look how you're supposed to look. And again, the ways that like church really is like a very big gendering moment because like you either are wearing a suit or you're wearing a dress, right? Like I feel like it's very rare I see femmes at church with pants on. Not saying I never do, but again, it's the ways that they are really wanting a performance, especially on like the little girls at church. Again, I just want us to consider where we go and where we have to dress a certain way because that's part of the project of gender. I'm crying. You really never watched that movie? Right. Not the demonic nuns. Yes, y'all are so cute. Annie, I feel like my little brother looking white passing was weird because I just remember like me and Jovan were born like pretty close together, but Tyler was born like 6 years after us. And so we both were like looking at Tyler like, why is he being treated so good? Like again, it's the ways that like me and my brother used to pretend we were enslaved. I know this sounds really crazy, but there would be definitely times where like me and my brothers like to agitate our mom, we would like sit like I know it's gonna sound fucked up, but we would sit on the top of the fucking we're really cooked in our brains clearly from living with this white bitch. But we would literally just be like, yes, boss. Like we would be saying, yes, boss. That bitch would be getting mad. And again, it's the ways that like at the time, like weird, like I don't even think we even considered that like it wasn't funny. Like we were definitely like, we're not your kids, clearly, like we're in the part of the workforce. And again, it's the ways that like some of the things I remember as a kid. Like I feel like I remember my mom used to like be so angry when my brother would grow his hair out. And she would be weird as fuck. And in retrospect, I really wonder like if it was like on some respectability shit. If she would create a fight with him and then make it seem like he would be different. Like she would dead ass be like, you grow out your hair, you start disrespecting me. And it's like, why are you connecting his hair growth with disrespect? Like I would always wonder that. But again, it's the ways that like that was her punishment of him. Like he wanted to grow his hair out so bad. And my mom like knew that and like she would literally cut it off like as like a punishment. And it's like, what is wrong with you? But again, It's the ways that like hair was important to her. Like she would get mad at me if I fucked up my silk press, if I fucked up getting my hair straightened. She would be angry. Like she very much wanted her kids to look a certain way, and she very much wanted her kids to perform a certain way. And again, Tyler never had any of that shit. Like he has like maybe 2C hair like her. And I just remember the way she would like sing to him, like low key. Like this might be like just too much to be saying, but she used to just like the way she would look at him, like you could tell like she had all these dreams for him. And I would ask her because I'm like, okay, so you named me Tatiana, you named him Jovan, and then you named him Tyler. I'm sorry, but it's just the way that my mom said out her mouth multiple times, like Tyler. Like she would just be like saying things about his life in the future, like making it seem like she knew he was gonna be straight and like he was gonna be so cute. And again, I'm not saying that she never said that me or my brother Jovan were cute, but the way she would talk about Tyler and his life, you would really think like he was born in a different world, and he was. And again, it's the way that his father was active in his life, and like his family, as I said before, part of the Woodrow Wilson, Sally Hemings branch of like the presidential mulattoes, mixed people. And so from what I noticed, like his family that was from America or were the American side or Black American side, mixed American side, whatever the case may be, they actually stood up for him. Like when things were going left in our house, they looked out for him. But unfortunately, the damage had been done. Like he was treated like a little king. And it was scary because like his anger, like sometimes, like I remember he would clock people in the head with shit. Like he was very like in retrospect, when I think about like the violence, like of my youngest brother who's white passing, like he really had a way of operating. But I have to hold this, that when you're like looking more white and ambiguous as a boy, and the ways that like people will like harm you as like a way to like toughen you up, like I've seen that shit. And so there are moments where I think about how like, ooh, I just think about how like my mom brought men to the house that like my brothers could never be. My brothers could never be like them. Like they were like their behavior and the way they were operating, like my brothers could not emulate that. And the ways that like they were again beaten for that, beaten for not being able to be operating in this or that way. And again, the ways that boy children, especially when they're not white, are being taught a certain way to be a man. And so I have to hold that like me and my brother Jovan, we have a very different life. And I feel like I've said before, like my uncle definitely took my brother in to be a slave hand. Like that's what he did. He literally took my brother to do work that he didn't want to do himself. My youngest brother got to go live and be a doted on white passing, and I went into the foster care system. And so if you think about it, I was either going to be stolen from by my family member in a way that I would never forget, or there was no or. Because again, my family members that took me in originally, like they were always making it seem as if I was too hard to handle. And I'm not going to even do too much with that. I'll just say that like I was my mother's child. And I really thought that like getting away from her meant that like these people can't beat me, you know, like, so I had a little bit more range of emotion and they could not handle that. And unfortunately for them, they only knew me in the context of being beaten by my mom. They didn't know me as their niece or their grandchild, like who had been through abuse. Like they didn't see me like that. They saw me as a bad kid. They didn't think about how I came home from school and the cops are here. And I've said this before, I called the police on my family multiple times, threw backpacks out the window full of clothes because I was running away. And I had, things didn't go that way. And then I got beat because there's a backpack full of clothes outside the house. There were things I did to let it be known, like I'm not in a safe environment. They never worked. I called 911 so many times, they thought I was joking, like high key. My mom would be like, oh, she playing on the phone. That's what it became. I'm playing on the phone. Nobody cared until my white passing little brother had bruises on his stomach from getting beat by a belt. That's when everyone got removed. I just want people to consider that I'm the oldest. I called the police. They didn't care. The only way we were all going to be removed was that day. And I'll never forget it because Tyler told me, he's like, I had belt marks on my stomach. He said he had a stomach ache. The nurse looked at his stomach. And again, he's the one that looks white out of the three of us. We always like, bitch, there was a time where I got beat, I couldn't even sit. Like that is a really crazy experience, but that is a real thing that happens to some people. Getting beat to where you cannot sit down. That is a real thing. No one was gonna see the marks on me. They weren't. They saw them on the white passing, and I think about that a lot. The ways that, like, when you look a certain way, people will see pain on you differently. They'll see pain, and I'm not even trying to make it seem like my brother wasn't beaten severely. He was. But if I got taken at 13, that means that he got taken at 7. That means that for in 7 years. And that man was a part of our life for a long time, honestly. Like 2 different households, like 2 different housing situations over maybe the span of like 6, 7 years. And they broke up a lot. My mom broke up with this man a lot. He was very abusive. And so I'm just going to hold that. She was in an abusive situation. She brought her kids in it. But the only thing that stopped the abuse was my white passing brother talking about a stomach ache. And again, think about that. A stomach ache is why I was liberated from motherfucking abuse. A stomach ache of a white passing child. Meanwhile, I told so many people. And as I said before, I think that's why my mom gave me away to that lady when I was younger, because I had been calling on her ass. And so she gave me away to her. She gave me away to this other lady named Missy, who like lived in Tennessee. She passed me around to a lot of people. And in retrospect, I really think like we never got along because I was the one that was like, hey, I have sentience. We can actually have a conversation about this. And she didn't want to. She's the kind of parent that's like, I tell you what to do and you don't speak. And if you speak, then I might do whatever the fuck I want to do to you. She's very physical. She's very physical. And that's another reason why she let these men beat on us. She does not know how to beat anyone. She only knows how to attack. And so with that being said, when she would attack, when she would try to beat, worst thing ever, bitch. Worst thing ever. So she would give it over to a man to beat us, but it wasn't much better. But she was the type to like do some OD shit, like cut the cord off an iron type bitch. Like destroy her own property to beat you, bitch. And again, it's the way she loved being like a hard head, make a soft behind. She loved saying shit like that. She loved it. It really did make her feel in control as a parent. And again, we would tell her that we call her Miss Tammy. And be like, you moving like a slave master, bitch. And she did not like that shit. But again, it's like, what else are we supposed to say? So again, it's the ways that in retrospect, it's funny to me that like as a kid, I'm like literally like telling, like me and my brother are literally singing folk songs on the fucking back steps, swear. Like we're literally singing folk songs about how she working us to our fucking bone, bitch. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we had to clean every motherfucking thing, but it was very much a situation where she was never going to just talk to you. She would just be screaming like she does not know how to communicate. She just start yelling. Whew. And so again, it's like by the time we were taken away from her, I was grateful, but it's the way that when I talked to her not that long ago, she had the nerve to say to me, you know, your social worker asked if I could take you back. And I was just laughing because it's like, why would the social worker ask that? And again, it's the ways that like she was trying to like throw shots at me to be like, oh, you weren't wanted by your foster family. And it's like, bitch, I don't really care about that. But even her saying something like that, like it just shows like she needs to feel like, oh, well, the state thought I was fit enough to take you back. Don't get me wrong. My middle brother went back to her. But I believe he only went back because he was treated like a slave hand by my uncle. And so he got away from my uncle by going to live with my mom. But I think he also knew my mom is not going to parent him. Like at some point, you get a chance to go back to your abusive parent if you want to. The state will let you go back. But I always knew free college scholarship, go live with crackhead Tammy. Like those were the stakes. Stay in state care and get a college scholarship, go back to the crackhead and get beat and go live with who knows who. Like, yeah, right. And she never forgave me for that because she knows I was offered to go back with her. She, even her saying that they wanted her to go back, even her saying my social worker asked if she could take me back, I personally don't believe that. I don't believe that the state would give me a full ride scholarship until I was like, bitch, like, girl, like the way they cut off my scholarship, but they still gave me $500 every month as like a hope this works out for you until I was like 25 years old. So if you think about it, like from like 17, because that's when I went to college, to 25, the state was like, here's a check. And then at some point they were like, we can't pay for college, but we can pay for some groceries. And so again, it's the ways it's like the state, if they could have just cut me, they would have done that. But again, it's the way that she wants to tell a story so bad to like make it seem like, see, I could have had you back. And it's like, I don't think you could have ever had me back. And I think that's what makes you really sick. Like the state wouldn't give me back to you. I wouldn't come back. And I would visit her every now and then. But I wouldn't stay with her. Like in the beginning, I'll go visit her because again, as soon as she got annoying, I can leave. I don't think she thought about it like that, but I did. It's like, of course, I'll go visit you after school, get a plate with some food, and then I'll leave and go sleep somewhere where I have a bed and I'm comfortable. But I'm not coming to visit you because I really want to be here for real. It's more like I'm living with a person I don't really know very well. I just thought my family just doesn't have emotional intelligence, and they took a lot of shit as like, oh, I'm the best. It's like, no, no, no. No, I agree with you, Ivy. Like, I don't think a lot of people realize that like being a parent takes so much more than just you and your partner. Like, you have to be planning for this for a while. Personally, I think some people think like their desire to have a kid is enough, which has always kept me from having a kid because I know what it's like for someone to have a kid and just decide I don't care. And even thinking like that, like I can't even like I would be so sick if I ever put a child through that. No. Mm-mm. No, 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 not worth it. I feel like I'm the kind of person where if I can stop smoking so much, I could see being a foster parent older age, you know? And I'm thinking of like kids that are like about to go to college. Like I'd love to be like the elder that's like, look, I'm getting this money from the state. Let me give you this check, save up some money. Like I would love that to be what I get to do is like be able to like give them that money from the state directly. Because I remember like one of my foster moms split the check with me. You smell this? Rest in peace, bitch. If you're not here with us anymore, I don't know. I ain't popping up on her. Mm-mm. But you smell this? She kept it a buck with me. She's like, you know how much I get? I'm like, I certainly do. But what does that mean to you? And so her giving me a couple $100 and another thing, like she really like she has so many kids in that house. She was making thousands, bitch. But she at least has some ethics. Like she's like, I'm gonna give you some of this fucking money. Cause when you're in foster care, they don't give you the money. They give it to the foster care parent and they can really play you. And it's the way she was like, live life. Like I just really appreciate her in retrospect. Like she was never trying to like make anybody do or be anything. I had a white foster mom once that was mad annoying bitch, but she lived on the lake and had a really nice house. But it was respite and she really didn't want to keep me. I wanted to cry so bad because I love living there, bitch. It was cute as fuck. It was a nice house. They had a cute little dog. Ooh, but I ended up becoming friends with one of the girls. Her name is Eva. And she taught me how to ride the bus from Middletown to get back to Meriden, which is really fucking cute because, like I said, I'm from a small town in Connecticut. You stuck if you ain't got no car, bitch. And my family, the type of family to like teach the boys to drive, they the type. And so with that being said, like just so many femmes in foster care, so many femmes of color, so many femmes who were not white that really did look out for me in foster care, and I'm hella grateful. Like there's this one girl, I wish we could talk so bad. I don't want to cry, but she was so fun. like, what's her name? Because I can tell from how she posted, like, she don't want nobody to know what she did. And it hurts because like, I be trying to talk to her. She be really acting like she don't know who the fuck I am. And it's like, I get it. Like, I get it. But I'm so sad because she was so fun to talk to. Like, oh my God, there was this fucking ugly ass girl that like was in our dorm. Because it's like dorm style, like foster facility or some shit. And there was this girl who was so fucking annoying. Oh my God. And we used to laugh at that girl together. Cause like she used to just try to be racist and then just be like, girl, you look stupid as fuck. Like we used to just be like, girl, no. And like she was just so full of life, bitch. Like she still is, but it's just like it's the ways that like we're in a fucking foster facility, bitch. Like we're clearly not there because it's the best things happening to us. And like I just remember me and her laughing so much. Oh my God, we used to be roasting on these boys. Oh my God. There was this boy that like he was in my high school, but then like somehow he was in the foster shit. And I was shook because like he was white and like he was this white kid at school who was actually my bully bitch, which was actually kind of a moment because he was like this fat white dude who clearly like from what I remember, he looked like he was being cared for well, but he was just so fucking mean bitch. And I remember I was trying to tell y'all I didn't know what to do with my hair at a certain point. And so I don't know if y'all remember this, but the beauty supplies used to have like that clip on ponytail, that clip on puff. And so I had put on the clip on puff bitch while he snatched the shit off his head, off me, put it on his head, talk about some I'm Ishboo, was trying to be funny with my clip on puff. Bitch, I was so sick. I was so, like, he really ruined my fucking day. Why the fuck I'm at the foster care facility and here come his ass go try to act like he don't see me. I'm like, not my bully. I feel like in retrospect, at some point we had a conversation, not for real, but I could tell like he was embarrassed as fuck about being there. And again, like, of course, but it's the way that like I really was like, white people be like, and again, there was a white kid in there, but it was mostly black folk and it was some Latinos, but it was mostly black kids in there. And again, the ways that the girl I'm talking about, the one that I missed, like yeah, because when I think about it, like I feel like because there was ages, you know, like there were like it was for like preteen, like you were about to be like you were 13 or I want to say it stopped at like maybe 16, maybe. And I want to say it was her, and then there was another girlie, and there was a boy. I'm trying to think. But anyways, I just remember we would do dumb shit like at a certain point in like the foster care facility, like you had to have your door shut. But sometimes we would open our doors and like the staff would be down the hallway. All the rooms were off the hallway. The staff would be way down. And so we were at the end. And so we opened up our doors and we would just be doing silly shit, try to be quiet, but try to do something silly in the doorway. And sometimes we would throw notes. Sometimes we throw notes at each other and try not to get caught. Cause if you get caught, then they might want to take the note, bitch. Or they might want to just be mad because like your door wasn't shut. And again, it's the way that me and her, we be doing fucking talent shows. We be doing all types of silly ass shit in that room. And again, it's the ways that one time, I feel like I told y'all this story recently. There was a fucking 7-Eleven next to the shelter. And I just wanted to go to the store and get a snack, but for some reason I couldn't go outside. Like I can't remember. Like I want to say there was a backyard, like blacktop kind of situation, but for the most part, once you came home from school, and honestly, when you first got there, they had a dude that was doing school. Like there was a teacher that they had hired who, you know, you have to go down to the basement. And I remember one of them had cerebral palsy. There was two teachers, and the one with cerebral palsy, he was very hard to understand. It was very frustrating because there were times where it was like, okay, you're still trying to give us teaching while we're in foster care, while we're in an emergency foster care facility, but it's like we literally can't understand this lesson, which was frustrating because again, like I'm glad that there's a teacher who has cerebral palsy in the classroom. That's great, but it was just really it was a struggle. And then again, when you finally get to go to school, or go to high school, go to middle school, whatever. Like as soon as you come home, that's that. And so again, it's the ways that like I wanted to go get a snack and they were just like, no. And so I was like, all right, I'm an AWOL then. And AWOL means like absent without leave, like you're not allowed to leave, but I was like, I don't care. And so I remember like, oh bitch, and that's another thing too. Before I finish this, they had like a fucking sensor on the windows. And so in the summertime, we would fuck with the sensor so much that they turn it off and people would sneak out the window. And like again, we were, having fun, being cantankerous. For the most part, people sneak out to go to fucking 7-Eleven. You know what I mean? Sneak out to go to the store, sneak out to have a cigarette. Like that's what it'll do most of the time. But I feel like sometimes people will sneak out to hook up or like do some shit. And I don't know about that life, bitch. I snuck out to go to 7-Eleven, bitch. I wanted a snack. I wanted a Slurpee. And so I remember I crawled out the window, bitch. It was the first floor, don't worry. And I crawled out the window. I went to get my snack, and then I came right the fuck back. And then as soon as I got there was a woman named Daisy. And she was like the only Black woman that worked there. And she always had really beautiful hair. Like, bitch, like, shout out to Daisy. But anyways, she was standing in the front. She's like, when you come back, you on red level. I was like, yep. And so I just sat outside. And then why the fuck? My friend was like, you know what? If you gonna be on red level, let's do it together. So she jumped out the windows. And I was like, exactly. We just sat outside and just enjoyed our snack. Like the staff was so sick of us. But it's like, fuck it. If y'all gonna leave us here when y'all go on an excursion this weekend, at least I have a buddy. At least I have a friend, bitch. Fuck. Like, I feel like that's what we were thinking about at a certain point. It's like, let's just all get in trouble so we can all hang out. They hated that shit. They really hated us. Slow in Louisiana. Oh my God. And that's the thing too, like New Orleans cold is fucked up. Like the fact that y'all got snow, I just pray y'all reach out for resources. Real talk. Cause don't nobody be ready for no snow in New Orleans. Andy, you're not wrong. I think that like being the youngest sounds like the most fun. Being the oldest daughter, I hate it here. Every time I hear about oldest daughter tweets, TikToks, I get sick because it's just like, damn, not they putting everything on our back. And this is a sidebar, but why the fuck did I see a video where this man was hugging on his 8-year-old niece, talking about he done taught her how to cook, done taught her how to clean, talking about she's gonna be wifey to somebody? And the comments were making me sick. People talking about she looks aged, she don't look 8. Bitch, why are y'all looking at this child being worked to the bone talking about she don't look 8? That's not good. Talking about she looking hard. Bitch, like, it's just the way people be taking time to say something. It's like, do we really need to hear that the baby look 8 the fuck up? We know why. Let's talk about the man hugging on her who's supposed to be her family member. Let's like, come on. Like, it's just moments where I'm just like, yeah, the baby is getting abused. That's what you're seeing. Like, she's not a hard anything at 8. She is being abused. And it's just, again, it's unfortunate. Not Angelica's mom, bitch. You got me screaming. Not Tyler Tyrone. You're silly as fuck. Listen, it's the way she was just so sure. Tyler, she told some Tyler. Like, the way she was saying his name, bitch. Like, it's weird in retrospect. Like, she was so happy to have a little white baby. And in retrospect, I think her looking white herself, maybe she thought her and Tyler was going to get close. Unfortunately, they never did. They never had a good relationship. Like, no matter how much she doted on him. I feel like, again, I don't think she realized what having a man that she just had in our life. He wasn't a significant man. He didn't treat us good. Just a man that she was fucking was beating us. I don't think she'll ever realize like what her sons really went through. Like, again, I'm fucked up from that. Like, I'm definitely fucked up from getting beaten by a random man, for sure. So the ways that my mom really was like, oh well, I don't think, and again, it's the way that a lot of men are still trying to understand, like, why am I like this? Like, there's gonna be men realizing, like, oh yeah, like, men were putting hands on me. Like there are so many moments where I talk to men where like they admit things that I don't think they would tell other men. And it's not because they don't want to. It's because if they did, would they still have a relationship? Would they still be considered men? It's the ways that being a man be seeming predicated on lying or hiding. I wish we would talk about that, but we rarely do. Yeah. Where was my dad? Tricking other bitches. I hate to say that, but my dad would bring me around women, like trying to like get them to like him. Like I hate to say that, but I remember that as a kid. Like I remember my dad bringing me around all types of women that I will never remember. Like I remember my dad getting put out by a bitch. I don't know why the fuck he took us this weekend, but he took us to stay at his house for one weekend. And I'm not trying to make it seem like my dad was like 100% deadbeat. He was the kind of deadbeat where I knew my grandpa, I knew my aunties. I would ride my bike to my auntie house to visit my auntie, my grandpa. They all lived in the same two family house. So I knew my dad's people. I've been around them. I had gone to fish fries. I knew my uncles, I knew my cousins. We played together. But my dad was still a deadbeat and nobody cared. And it was awkward. And I've said this before, my father's father cried to me on his deathbed. Like I don't give a fuck what was going on. Me and Gerald had a relationship. My dad's dad, he knew me. We knew each other. And it broke me down when I talked to my cousin, my father's sister's child, and she was like, you were grandpa's favorite. I was like, really? Like, because again, I loved my grandpa because he accepted me. He knew I was a silly ass kid, and he lived like at the end of his life, he lived in like this housing situation. But I would still ride my bike to visit him, and like I think that's what fucked him up. Is like he knew I was in the system. I don't give a fuck. I had a bike. Like I'm gonna find my family, and I think that like through that, like I think that's what really broke him. It's like he realized like you don't care, like that your dad doesn't show up. Like you're still going to be yourself, and that's really like why I think we got so close. Cause like he was ashamed of his son. He told me he was ashamed of himself. Like that's what really breaks me every time. It's like he's like, I'm so sorry for coming to America. Like that's the most important thing he said was I'm so sorry I brought you here. I'm so sorry that I brought your father here. I'm so sorry that your life is like it is. He's like, I realized in retrospect, like I should have never come to America. This was a mistake. And it was just so hard to hear. Like he's literally dying and he's worried about making sure I know I wouldn't have done this again. I'm so grateful for him because again, there's so many questions I have, but I don't question Gerald. Like he really thought that like he was gonna bring his kids after going to the sugar plantation from Jamaica to Florida. He thought I finally got money. I'm gonna get my kids to live the American dream. Like he believed that. There are some immigrants who really believe like they're going to work the fields in Florida and come to America. Like I hate to tell y'all that, but that's what happened. My grandpa was working the sugarcane fields, kept getting his wife pregnant. At some point, his wife passed. My father was born and his mother passed. My grandfather did not know what to do. He never married nobody else. He focused on just trying to make sure his kids had a better life. Again, in retrospect, I don't want to do too much, but I don't think my dad ever knew how to be anything because he was the last one born, never got to meet his mom for real. Like he's got a lot on his plate for sure, but my dad, while I was growing up, was seducing women. He was more focused on that. But bitch, I'm gonna tell this story because it should have me dead. My dad brought us to this woman's house, Miss Ree. I'm so sorry if you're seeing this. I'm not trying to put your business out there too much. But he was dealing with this woman named Ree, and she was nice as fuck. She was always very kind to us, always treated us good. My dad would be leaving us at her house and shit. He is not shit. But she always was, she never played with us. She never treated us like we wasn't shit. She had kids herself. So she treated us just fine. But I'll never forget, she went over to to Miss Ree house, all his shit on the porch, bitch. All his shit. Bitch, I was laughing like shit. But I had to I'm literally like, he had the nerve to drive up to her house, all his shit outside, dog. And me and my brother just in the car, like, I think he really thought he was about to drop us off at her house. She's like, bitch, come get your shit. Woo! My dad ain't know what the fuck to do, and he lived in a really ugly apartment. Like, that's another thing. That's when I found out where my dad really lived, because he stayed bringing us to a woman house. Like, that's another layer to this. Like, my dad would pick us up every now and then, so he wouldn't have to pay child support. Like, high key, bitch. He was trying to get out of child support by picking us up every now and then, and he would drop us off at a woman house. But when that woman kicked him out, we had to go to his house, and it was like, oh shit, okay, damn, all right. And I'm not going to speak no more on that. I'll just say that my father is not a factor. Like, he's a hoe. He only has kids right now that he claims because people remember me and my brother. Like, between me and you, I hate to say this, I feel like he only had 2 more kids so that he could be like, yeah, I still got them kids. I hate to say that, but I feel like he uses his new kids for continuity. I hate to say that, but I really feel like the way that our pictures, the way that people remember us, it's the way that, yeah, no, I think he had 2 kids, so he could say, yeah, I still got a boy and a girl. I hate to say that. And it's the way I tried to talk to my sister, and it was awkward because I didn't even try to talk to her. I was roasting my dad like 10 years ago and was just laughing at him. And then why she DM'd me and was like, when you talk about him, I feel like I don't know who you're talking about. And I was like, that's for the best. Like, I'm glad you don't know what it's like to hate Mark. Like, I'm glad that you don't hate him. I'm glad. Like, my energy was like, we all gonna have a story. We all have different stories, and that's okay. Like, I was really trying to be nice because it's like, I ain't even expect for her to be on the internet yet, bitch. Like, honestly, like, I'm an old bitch. So, like, I'm like, you was born when I was like literally, bitch. This is another thing too. I found out that I had a sister. This is how I found out. I'm going to like my last couple classes before winter, like before winter break. Like, it was right before Christmas, right before my birthday. Like, I'm on the bus going to fucking senior year, bitch. Like, I'm on the bus. I'm in high school. He's not in my life like that. He's barely there for me. He had the nerve to say, hey, Todd. He's like, say hi to your sister. He literally put a newborn baby on the phone. Swear. That's who he is. He literally had the nerve to tell me, say hi to my baby sister. She literally was like 1 minute old, and he had the nerve to be like, I'm like, girl, babies don't talk at that point. So I'm literally sitting on the bus, like, realizing, oh, a baby's supposed to be talking. Like, there's a baby there. Okay. And again, that's what I hear. Like, and keep in mind, when you're in high school, like, for some reason, like, you're awake and on a bus before 7 a.m. That's a thing. So I'm like 6 o'clock in the morning on the phone with my dad. He don't pay for the phone. He don't give me any money. He doesn't check on me, but he's telling me I have a sister. Again, the man is a weirdo. It's unfortunate. I feel like I couldn't even do a deep dive if I tried because I don't care. Like, I just feel like at this point, it's like, I get it. Like, you lost your mom. You're the youngest brother. You were very spoiled. You lied to a lot of women. Like, the last woman he was with to have these kids, like, I just was like, it was just obvious. Like, I hate to say this. It was a scam. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know it's going to sound how it sounds, but it was obvious it was a scam because it's like, this is an elder. My dad, every woman I ever seen him with, she was around his age. This woman was very much like mature. Like, it was very much interesting. Like, I remember meeting her and being like, wow. But in retrospect, I think, and I hate to say this, I think she's comfortable with him. I think also she probably believes a lie that he's told. Like, I don't think that, like, I'm sure my dad tells a story like, oh, my ex lost the kids to the state, even though that still wouldn't make sense why you never got custody. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, your partner lost the kids to the state. What'd you do? Again, it's the way nobody wanted to live with him. He was mad. When everybody was getting taken away, didn't nobody want to live with Mark. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I don't even think anyone even asked, but nobody was checking on him like that. And again, it's the ways that I reached out to him after he reached out to me to basically just send a picture of my brother. And I was like, could you send this picture to my brother? And he was like, I don't have no son. And I literally was like, I just cussed his ass out because I was just like, girl, you are such a loser. But again, that's like he's like I feel like that's the thing about it. It's like if I lived in the same town, it probably would be weird at this point. I probably would see them, But it's like I'm grateful that I don't have to deal with like, oh no, I saw my aunt, I saw my cousin. Like I'm grateful that I don't think like that, but I also have to hold that like a lot of men in my family I think probably feel a way about the content I create because again, I've dated a lot of white people, which I feel like has helped my analysis at this point. But again, in the midst of dating white people are like, what's wrong with you? And it's so fascinating because again, I think that unfortunately for some people don't want to hear this. I'm gonna say it because I feel like I'm not trying to make you sick, but I'm gonna say the things that need to be said. Some people don't know yet. And I know you're gonna be like, what do you mean, bitch? I mean exactly what the fuck I mean. There are some people who don't know yet that like privilege is you can't turn it off, that it's a part of the conversation, that there's no way to walk away, that like we're always gonna need to address it, that like it's always a running conversation, that it's always on the it should be on the table. Like those things have to be brought up. And even now, it's like me and my partner are both mixed. We are both whole mixed people. We both have parents that don't look anything like each other, and we are fucked up. Like we're in our own little bubble of talking about things, and I'm grateful. But most of the times when I date a white person, they're just like, yeah, like white people are bad. True. Like they're not like, oh, I'm so angry you're talking about whiteness. Like, oh, like there's a rift in our relationship. It's never that. For the most part, I've dated white people that were like, true. Yeah. Right. And again, it's like, what do I expect from them? Like in a dating sense, at this point, nothing because I don't want to date them. But again, it's the ways that I dated white people, hoping that, like, you know, at the time, that, like, I don't want to say that people were wrong. That's not what I was hoping for. I was hoping that there were more. There were more curious white people, that they were more curious, that they were unwilling to just sit in whiteness and be uncritical. Like that's what I was hoping for. Again, in retrospect, I realized that like it's not worth my life. But again, there are some people who don't know yet. And I wish people would hold that there are gonna be people of color who really think that like they just happen to be white. It's unfortunate. I hate to hear that. Do I think that someone dating someone white tells me something about them? No. I think if anything, if I see someone dating someone white, I'm more worried for them and hope that they have friends and people that care about them. But I think unfortunately for a lot of people, once you date someone white, some people see that as like a disrespect. They see that as an alignment with whiteness. They see it as an alignment with white community. And it's so fascinating because it's like I see the same thing in the opposite. Like let a white person date someone of color. And because not every case, like I feel like I think about Raven Simone and I think about that unfolding clusterfuck, and I don't know how many people are following Raven Simone and her white wife. I am not. I am following the discussions though, because I do think the discussions about their relationship are fascinating to read. Because Raven apparently said like she didn't want to be with this white woman and broke up with her early in the relationship because she wasn't sure if she wanted to be with someone white. That is such a thing. Like choosing someone white as your partner actually is a bigger decision than like again how many of you have had this conversation? Like I said, it's our first time here, babe. We're not gonna all know what the fuck to be doing and what's right, but what I'm trying to offer is choosing a white person means to some people that like you are interested in white people over black people, which again, I don't want to gaslight anyone and make it seem like desiring somebody, an individual white person, again, can tell us anything about anybody black. But again, I don't want to play games and make it seem like some folks don't choose white as a desire to, especially like when they're showing you very clearly, like, I love this white person. Like, it can seem like I love whiteness, which again, I don't want anyone to think like they have to be performing a certain way. Cause I think about that aspect. Like, y'all realize there are people that are attracted to all different types of shit, right? And so if somebody black does like a white person as the individual, or fuck it, they're into pink nipples, they're into straight stringy hair. They really love, how this white person or these white people are built or looking. I want us to hold that, like, that doesn't really tell us anything about them, but I know that it can feel good to think you know something about someone based on their behavior, especially romantically. Because again, when men of color are dating white women, a lot of times we can easily see around them other things that are giving us more information about how they could be operating. And until someone just outright says like something colorist, or anti-black, or even like saying preferences in a particular way, even that, it's the ways that like that becomes a moment. Like, oh, they finally said that they were anti-black. They finally gave us like that moment of like, they're colorist, they're texturist. Like, again, even that being a moment where like now we know, like, the ways that people are no longer willing to wait for that and are like, okay, I see you fucking with white people, I'm gone. And again, that's your fucking right. Like, in my humblest opinion, if you see someone doing something that don't look right to you, live life. But I do think about the ways that I had a random person reach out to me and basically try to shit on a person that I don't know very well, but that is dating a white man, and was just like going in about her dating this white man. And I'm like, you don't even know her. Like, what is triggering you so badly? But again, it's the way that I see, and this is gonna sound how it sounds, but some light skinned mixed men, like recently, who again are in black spaces, claim blackness, but are very, very outspoken about black women and dating white men or being with white men. And I'm like, wow, you are gay. What do you have to do with this? Like, I'm no shame. I'm like, these are straight people doing straight people things. This is a black woman desiring this one white man. What does this have to do with you? But again, it's the way I've seen it more than twice now. Queer men who are clearly mixed just wanting to talk about black women and doing anything with white men. And it's just like, what the fuck? Again, I realize that there is a big scrutiny on black men, on anyone black really, for dating white people. I've seen so many videos about, of course, you're black and successful and you have a white partner. I've seen that. And I want people to know that it's okay for people to not appreciate a white partner. It's okay. I think where it gets weird is when you start having to let that person know, like, hey, I don't like your white partner. I can't believe you're dating white. I personally feel like that's not appropriate, because again, if you were close with that person, maybe you would have figured out that they like that individual and not all white people. But some people will really look at someone black doing anything and decide that that is the wrong thing to be doing as a black person, and that they know the right way. I really hope people try to steer away from that kind of shit, because a lot of times what you're really saying is this black person isn't free, and I'm going to tell them how to behave the correct way. And I wish we would consider that's what master does. That's literally what a slave master does. A slave master literally decides that black people need to do this or that. Just consider ways that you could be colonizing your behavior, ways you could be telling people to do shit when, hey, why don't you go do something? Why don't you get out their face? How about that? Um, hmm, right. I mean, I think that saying that people who are child free have so much time, we really do. And as a child free person, I've been really trying to sit with like the best way to use my time. Like, I've been thinking about trying to foster an animal, like maybe a cat, or a kitten, or maybe an older cat. Like, I've just been thinking about how I have a lot of time on my hands. I really want to do some volunteer work, but I want to do it more excuse me, guerrilla style. Like I don't really want to like volunteer for white orgs. Like I really want to do things on behalf of like the communities of color here. But I feel like what I'm gonna do is maybe try and see who I can see at the community center. Because I have one really close to the house. But I haven't bothered to go down there, and they have a garden. Like I really could have been gardening like this whole summer and spring, but I was a little bit weird about trying to connect with anybody down there, and now I'm just like, honestly, if I would have done that, who knows what would be happening right now, you know? I'm really sad that I didn't think, but we're here now. But I also think that like not having a not having kids, like some of us really wanted to. Like I don't want to say I ever really wanted to be a parent like super bad, but I did want to like, you know, be able to at least be a foster parent at some point sooner than I'm thinking now. Or at least somebody who was able to be a caretaker in some way. Like I really would love to be a caretaker, I think as like a profession, but I really want to look more into what's available because I love the idea of like a collective of people who check on elders in our neighborhood and like maybe we could get paid through excuse me, like their family. Like maybe we could find a way to like pool resources so that people can still get the aid necessary from people that are willing to do it in community. I actually already started like setting up like this collective delivery collective where like there's a bunch of people like Dane's job like cuts his hours like in the winter because there's less orders. And so he has way more time on his hands, meaning that like we could go do deliveries for people. And I was actually talking to one of my neighbors who's spent so much money on DoorDash. Like if I could literally order the food over the phone and just Cash App you or Zelle you, that would save me money. I would give you the money I save so that y'all could make some money and then you can. And I'm like, that's so fucking smart. So just keep that in mind, you guys. Like, there's places online, like Facebook has buy nothing groups. You might also want to type in like your city and then area discussion on Facebook. You'd be surprised how many people in your town, in your city, are like, hey, like I've got this like projector, I've got this popcorn machine, like let's do a movie night. Like you'd really be fucking surprised. And so I'm really grateful that I know about these resources because they've helped me. Like I got this really beautiful um ceramic baking sheet that me and Dane have been thinking about taking like outside and like trying to cook shit on it, like just on some like guerrilla style picnic shit. And like who knows, maybe we will. Maybe we will. But again, it's the ways that we got a bunch of stuff for free. All because we typed in buy nothing on Facebook. If you are in a more rich area, say that you live in the more rich area. If you live in an area where you know the people around you may not have things to share or just give away for free, there's no shade in that. You can be in several buy nothing groups, especially my people that be traveling between two different parts of town. Basically, what I'm trying to offer is you want to type in buy nothing and then all of the cities you could feasibly get to. I understand some people will not understand that practice. That's fine. Some of you will need more support than your city. Some of you will be in smaller towns, and the bigger city out the way. But the next closest town or the next closest surrounding towns will have the Buy Nothing group that'll actually help. And I want to also say that not just Buy Nothing, but there's another website. It's a movement called Little Free Pantry. And basically, people are setting up pantries where they're putting food and art supplies, all different types of detergent, soap for the body, skincare. I know in right now in ours, like we have like one of my friends gave me a bunch of nail polish and like I like nail polish, but I'm not gonna use all these nail polishes. And so I put them in there in the cigar box and somebody took them, which is really exciting because I saw this guy recently who like paints with like lipstick and like just all types of stuff. But like that was gone. I also put like one of my I buy like these like trail packs of like um watercolor notebooks just so that I can have a little something to doodle. And I gave one away and someone took it, which is really exciting because I put some paint markers in there. Again, who knows what someone will create now? Who knows? Like maybe somebody really wanted an art notebook and they just couldn't afford it. It wasn't in the budget. It really wasn't in mine, bitch, but I bought it in bulk so I could give one away, which is exciting. Again, so many of us can do this. I know that there's some shit in your cabinet right now. You know you're not gonna fucking eat that shit. Please put it in there. Somebody took these lasagna things. I was never gonna make lasagna in this house. It's just not possible. It's not possible. Not in that. I already told y'all. Like my kitchen is built like I'm in a goddamn food truck. Like there's no way to make anything baked for real. And so that's what I'm trying to offer is that like there are going to be things that you're not going to be able to use and someone else will. Like I want to say there was like a can of like beef raviolis. Bitch, I'm big as hell. What am I going to do with one little can of beef ravioli? But some elder might be able to use that and like make it more, you know, make a red sauce and make it a soup. Who knows? But I'm just hoping that people hold that like there's going to take it's going to take all of us in some way, little and big, to support the future. And I know some of us ain't got it right now. Please don't try to get it. Please don't try to get it. I promise you. Please do less. Do less. Do less. But there are some of us that have a little something to offer or a big something to offer. If you're not there, please be nice to yourself. Again, I'm broke as fuck. But sometimes, like my friend, like I don't even, I can't, I'm not, I can't do it. I'm not gonna do all of this. But like my friend literally came to my house last night or 2 nights ago, and dropped me off a bag of potatoes and like a bucket of like black eyed peas and like mad fucking canned goods. I'm so fucking grateful for that. But again, that relationship, that connection, that took years to build with this person. Like for them to even feel comfortable, for me to even be in a space to have guests. Like my house has been really looking a mess. Like I had to do a huge deep clean to like get these fucking vents vacuumed or whatever. So I finally was in a place to be like, yeah, come to my house. And like, of course, like they came bearing gifts and it was so fucking nice. But again, like there are so many of you who are like, you're not doing anything wrong. You're not a bad person. Like you've done nothing wrong. Like there are so many of us who are, again, like we don't know what to do. We're in the house, we're hermiting, we're afraid, we don't want to be a bother. Like so many people I talked to recently because I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just reach out. And I noticed someone had poked me on Facebook that I wanted to talk to, and now we're talking, and it's so cute, and I'm so grateful. But again, it's like what, like these things aren't just happening. Like some of us have to like, not even some, we have to push ourselves to like say, yeah, like let's talk, like let's, and that's not easy. Like it can feel like you're being a burden, but I promise you, like so many people want to talk to you, bitch. So many people want to talk to you. So many people want to talk to you, but they probably feel overwhelmed, probably don't want to feel like a bug. And I have to just hold that like so many of us, we are so close to having good conversations with each other, but we gotta get over that fear of being rejected. And don't get me wrong, I've had people reject me, people tell me like, why are you talking to me like bitch or you? Like, yikes. Again, it's been a lot on the ego, but I'm grateful that like I put myself out there because again, I feel like as someone that's been, I feel like when you're raised in a society that is like focused on lookism and like being beautiful, being pretty, like they're like you get stunted and you start to think like, you know, you start to get afraid, unfortunately, of like being annoying. And again, it's the ways that like so many people have messaged me and they were like, I don't even care if I seem annoying. I'm gonna do it. I wanna communicate, I'm gonna do it. Again, the ways that like we'd be so afraid to talk to people and like they're afraid too. So many people. I just have to remind myself of that, just like everybody else, that like people are scared to talk, people are scared to say the wrong thing, people are scared to say the right thing and then have to maintain that connection because it does take work and labor, you know? I appreciate y'all for being kind. Just thank y'all. Just thank y'all. I'm screaming. Mm, you know what, Annie? I'm at a point where I understand that like I don't know that man. Like I'm at a point where it's like as much as I can say from my perspective as a child, like my inner child is like yuck. But as an adult, I realize I don't know him. I realize that. And I also think about the ways that like I'm grateful that I even know my grandpa. I'm grateful that my auntie told me that I have a gay demon on me. Like I'm just grateful that like all these things happened because again, I realized that like there were so many adults just saying things to do like some of them were trying to protect me, some of them were trying to punish me, and like I don't think they always knew what they were doing. But I think as far as my father, like I'm glad he stayed away from me. Like in retrospect, I'm so glad. Like I was telling somebody, I was like, I wish that I knew my dad was like an Uber driver. I wish I thought my dad was like a streamer. I wish I thought that my dad had an OF, you know? I wish so many other things than what I know for sure. I wish I just thought about my dad as like a DJ, you know, just a SoundCloud DJ, you know, with some good mixes out there. I'm so jealous, you know? I just think he uses women to benefit. And like, again, I think that like he knows how to get women to like, I feel like he's Gemini. He's Gemini. He's handsome. He has an accent. Like I think of the ways that like in America, like my father has had a lot of positive how do I say this? Positive representation. Like people, I never hear people say Jamaican people are ugly. I never hear people say Jamaican people aren't cute. Like I never hear that. I never hear anything extremely colorist about like Jamaican people either. I feel like the way that people talk about Haitians, they do not speak on Jamaicans. And so it's the ways that like my dad had a lot of good PR coming to America when he did in the 80s, you know? And I just think at this point now, like he is absolutely grifting on some Black American identity shit and like trying to, you know, trying to use Black identity to benefit. And I think that he knows, you know, probably at this point that like there is more xenophobia than there was, that there are Black folks that want to shop Black from America. Like again, it's the way that I'm not trying to do too much because I feel like I said in another video that like Black Americans have privilege, and I was definitely wrong. What I was more so trying to offer is that Black Americans can employ xenophobia that hurts them. It hurts them as well, but it's the ways that many Black Americans don't see it just yet. Some Black Americans really think that they can point the finger at Haitians, Jamaicans, Africans, and between me and you, this is my real conspiracy theory. The conversation around colorism and the one drop rule, all of that happening is part of why I truly believe that FBA ADOS is really becoming more important because there are many mixed people in America who are like, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Because if us light skinned people are now seen as privileged, as close to white, like again, it's the ways that us mixed people trying to run away from critique is part of why some Black people are like, we've got to start looking at who was here, you know, during enslavement. And then again, even the 8 Black grandparents, or yeah, the 8 the 8 Black great grandparents, the 4 Black grandparents, the 2 Black parents, like that system is again part of us mixed people changing conversation because of our lack of comfort in identity. And so again, I'm trying to hold that like there are some Black Americans who think, you know, I can't trust deep dark skinned people because they may be from Haiti or Africa. That is what's coming out of that combo. I hate to tell people that, but the ADOS FBA that has been compromised by many mixed people who do not want to get out of Black people's business and who don't want to operate in a way that could absolutely signal to white people who are also mixed. I feel like that's another layer to this. Is like people think about mixed identity in such a singular way that we forget that many people are mixed and that they just have the phenotype to not be seen as such. And so again, it's the ways that Kim Kardashian's family, like Kim Kardashian or the Kardashian clan or whatever the fuck, not Bruce, the daddy, Mr. Kardashian, I don't remember his name, no shade, but the daddy and then Kris, they are both phenotypically very different, but Armenians can become white. Clearly, we've seen it. We've seen Kim Kardashian become white. And again, it's the ways that like being bi ethnic, being mixed race, having multiple ethnicities in your family, that's it's something that we're still talking about. We're still trying to figure out the language for sure. But there are so many people realizing in real time that if they are mixed, if they are holding on to their mixed lineage as a whole mixed person, they can't do certain things. They can't be certain places. They should be uplifting certain things. Again, it's the ways that when you have privilege, it starts to become very clear where you should be based on what's happening for you, based on what you're getting, what you're benefiting. But again, so many mixed people who are not just lighter skinned, because there are some brown skinned mixed people who are realizing in this conversation they have some privilege, that they're not the deepest, darkest tone. There are many people who are in this conversation just like, where should I go? And again, the conversation about we're all black or we all come from black ancestry, true. That even white people, we all come from black ancestry, true. That could be unifying if we were not still invested in white supremacy. Like we can't be all one species in conversation because we're still not there collectively. It's unfortunate. But again, white just means mixed and pale. Sometimes white is what? Orange, blue, purple. White can be many shades and tones. Mixed has many looks. And unfortunately for many people, the conversation on colorism is very one-sided. There are deep, dark-skinned people who are being harmed. That's the focus. And so because we're finally attempting to focus on deep dark-skinned people, notice everyone else. Notice. Because that's the thing. We keep on hearing somebody's talking about colorism. We keep on seeing headlines, colorist thing. It's the way that like we're still operating as if this is new information and as if all of the content should be uplifted by only deep dark skinned people. Like there have been people who have like really called me out saying that I'm performative when it's like, y'all realize that by having privilege, your platform would never possibly hold the critique of the oppressed, right? Like if I go to like Ricky Lake, I'm old. If I go to fucking Britney Spears, if I go to fucking even Kim Kardashian, is she gonna be posting anything about anti-blackness? Probably not, right? I want people to consider how much like us non-black people put on black folks to have to like hold their critiques alone. Meanwhile, like while we're hearing that we're complicit, we could be uplifting this content. And again, I'm making it really easy. Like I'm sourcing it. You could easily uplift these people, but it's the ways that so many people keep operating like they just don't see it. And again, I know that it's not easy to hold that the identity you've been told you are or you've been holding is incorrect. That's not easy. I'm not expecting anyone to just get it. But I am expecting for folks to keep on being curious, keep on asking more questions. Because again, realizing that white people were just mixed people who kept fucking the same phenotype, same with Asian, same with Latino, the idea that like mixed people can mix, and then if they keep fucking the same looking people, if they keep fucking the same white looking people, if they keep prioritizing white and lighter people, again, it's the ways that like we are really at like the third act of humanity. We have been on Earth like humans for a long time. People have been mixing for a long time. And also, there are Black people who are still deep, dark skinned, despite all the mixing that's been going on. There are still deep, dark skinned people. Whether or not someone deep, dark skinned is Black, that doesn't really fucking matter. What matters is that we are talking about those people. And I think about the ways that, like, when you look at race, I want you to just notice that, like, they're constantly prioritizing the whitest looking people as if to make it seem as if that's what's always happening, lightening. And that's not true. But again, it's the ways that once a mixed group gets a name, it changes every fucking thing. And I think about how Creole is mixed, but now Creole is Black. I want y'all to consider when mixed people, like Asian is not one look. But if you get a bunch of people to mix and say, we're Asian, look what you can do. You can make them think that they want to be white as fucking snow. Again, I want people to consider that, like, when people get a name, like it's literally happening in real time. When people say black and they show us like Rashida Jones, like, how many people are willing to push back? That's where we're at. And unfortunately, I've seen people be bullied to shit, but I've also seen people call me a dumb bitch for acknowledging that I'm a mixed person. Like, it's the way that, like, it takes help. It takes help. I wish people would realize that and stop telling deep dark skinned people to just love themselves. There are actively people telling people they're mentally fucking sick because they can see that they're mixed. It's really fucked up. And so again, if I'm being gaslit as the mixed person who knows that they're mixed, people are telling me I'm brown skin and fake light skin. Can you imagine what's happening to deep dark skinned people who dare to fucking share about this? Again, all of the content that I've been trying to uplift has been based on unlearning, unraveling, trying to again be mindful of ways I've totally been wrong. I didn't know. And instead of choosing to remain ignorant, I'm absolutely attempting to share so that more people can see, like, this isn't crazy. This isn't an identity crisis. I know exactly who I am and I can finally talk about it. But for a long time, could I? Could you? I want us to consider there are mixed people every day who have questions and we get told to shut up. We get told to shut the fuck up. We get told we're stupid. We get told we're dumb. Like, my mom told me I was stupid so many times for saying, like, I don't think we're black, dude. Like, I literally would try to talk to her about how I don't think we're black people. Even as a younger person, she would tell me I sound stupid. And I'd be like, okay. Ooh, Astro Hobbs asked me about Danish Deception. I was gonna go live and talk about this, but I feel like I did a little Twitter rant, and I basically said what I said earlier on here, that there are black people who just don't know yet. Like, and I want to just call myself out and say that, like, yes, I had been hearing about white supremacy, sure did. And I was also meeting white people that were treating me well, I thought. And again, it's the ways that, like, I didn't want to be like them. I want people to consider that. Some people of color think like having a politic around whiteness will mean that we're just like white people. It's fucked up. But again, some of us are there. I want to just consider, like, the mind takes time to get itself to a certain place. And unfortunately for some of us, like, we just haven't learned yet. And I want people to consider there are little black babies right now sitting next to little white babies, not thinking a damn thing. Not thinking a damn thing. And whose fault is that? You know? Like, do we want to focus on fault and punishment? Or do we want to focus on the reality that, like, we do need to develop language down to the babies so they can see, like, what this really means? But again, what does that look like? And again, so many people scared to talk to their damn baby, which I'm glad we're coming back. Because it's like, what, like, who I've said this before, but talking to the wrong mixed person can set you back. And I think about how, like, Ari and G Herbo, what are they gonna really do for your song? No shade. But it's also like, what does it look like to ask someone to help your child not be a op? Like, I think about that too. Like, somebody recently said, like, recently there was another link I'll have to post in the comments, but somebody was like, white women, we need y'all to stop having babies. And I was like, ooh, this combo. And there was so much information around how white women are typically the ones stewarding the evil white men. And it's so fascinating that, like, that's where we're at, where we're asking white women not to have any more babies. Ooh. Mm. Again, I just feel like we're in a different time, bitch. Please don't gaslight yourself. We're not going back to happy days. We're not going back to In Living Color. We're not going back to none of that shit. We're not going to Martin. None of that. The 90s are not coming back. The early 2000s not coming back. Like, I just want people to consider, like, we're in a different time. Grieve this shit. Do not let yourself be feeling like you're crazy. You're not. We're in a new world. We're in a new earth. It's going to mean you need to find new people to talk to. You need to find new books to read. That's what it means. All is not lost. We're not cooked. We are cooking. There are a lot of things happening right now. Please don't think that we're just all could never be lost, bitch. Like low key, some good news. There's mushrooms that literally have mutated and can eat old diapers out of landfills, which are causing a lot of fucking harm to the planet. Actually, believe it or not, plastic actually causes a lot of harm. There's mushrooms that have literally learned how to eat shitty diapers. I could cry. I could cry. Can you imagine that, bitch? Something on this earth was like, I got it. Like, what the fuck? My God. There is literally organisms on earth that are like, you know what? Y'all really acting a fool, but we're gonna body this plastic. Like, it literally eats diapers, it eats plastic. Bitch, they found mushrooms outside of Chernobyl that are eating radioactive motherfucking shit in the soil. Girl, that's how I stay okay. Cause it's like nature literally like, okay. Like our connection to this earth stay being like they stay telling us everything fucked up and the earth is literally like, look, I'm gonna help y'all again. Like, I'm so sorry. And then we over here talking about a ghost, God, something, and it's like, bitch, it's what we're on. Like, that's the thing that's so crazy. We're literally living on it, sleeping on it, breathing it in, eating from it. But we wanna, good God. Wild shit, bro. Like, the earth is literally trying to help us all the time. And we stay wanting to give the power to a man. It's tragic, bitch. It's really tragic. Oh, but as I was saying, the Danish deception, that was a black girlie who wanted to be with this white man. Her talking about he looked like a model, like, I don't see the problem with that. Like, I think that unfortunately for some people, they are really traumatized. They're very traumatized. And I seen some posts that really disgusted me, like people being like, oh, if the Danish deception dude was black, he would have never got no money. How are we so sure? The family gave so much money to this man. Like, if a black man was in her life, who knows how much care and support he would have gotten? We really will never know. But the way that people ran to thinking that she was a bad person or a colorist, or it was like, whoa. But I do think about the ways that like people are talking about mixed people and exoticals and and then they'll say, oh, well, black women make the best mixed people. But until she make that mixed baby, she what? Like, do we want to talk about that? Like, until that black woman has her Meghan Markle, until Doria has Meghan, what y'all call her? Because this conversation is very fascinating. Like, they talking about some black women raised the best biracials. I have whiplash. I have fucking whiplash. I just seen somebody calling somebody a bad wench. And I'm like, hold on. Are y'all wanting black women to give y'all the biracials that y'all want? Or very mixed communication, personally. I mean, hear me out. I personally feel like there are white people who, or rather, there are going to be people of color who think white people are a status symbol. I don't want to play in their face and act like that's not a thing to think, because we do live in a world that stays saying that. Do I truly believe that? No. But in retrospect, like when I got with all my partners who were white, they were financially stable and had families. That is something I do look for all of my partners. My partner that I have right now is the first partner that has a very similar experience to me. And they're still not black. Let's think about that. Even when I did date a black woman, like she had a family, I was looking for people with family. But people were like, you just love that white peen. No, bitch. I'm looking for someone that has stability in the earth. I'm hoping that maybe they'll love me and their family will love me as well. People don't think about things that they say. They immediately look at you and say, you're a bedwench. You love white dick. No, bitch, I was looking for family. And these men came from families that gestured like they would be open to me. They weren't. I learned the hard way. But again, it's the ways that like going into a connection, was I like only white men? No, I've never been only white men. But I've had men of color do and say weird things early enough to where I never got attached. And I think about that layer too. That a lot of white men, they don't pop out until they got you where they want you, bitch. And again, it's the ways that like in the beginning, they're putting on their best behavior, which is why my last relationship, I told him in the beginning, I was like, I don't want to be with you. I just want some dick and hang out and be friends. And eventually he worked up to what I wanted in a relationship. Now I've changed and I want more. And now he realizes he got to do more shit to be in a relationship with me. And he's doing his thing. I'm actually very proud of him. But again, did I always have standards for care? No. No. You gonna bully me, bitch? You gonna bully me? That's all I got about the Danish deception. You gonna bully that girl? After everything she done went through and her daddy got robbed and her friends and family got robbed, y'all gonna bully her. That's what she deserves. Like, it's people being like, I'm sick of her smiling in the camera. I've seen people mad that she was smiling. And it was awkward because, again, people be operating like again, it's the way that I think it's easy to say someone is dumb as fuck for trusting somebody white. It's harder to say, white person, why are you harming people? That's what, like, again, it's the ways that people don't see it and they don't think about it, but there's an infantilization there that we refuse to talk about. How if a white person does you dirt, you're dumb. And that's why I really didn't want to talk too much about it, because I feel very personally connected to a story like this. Because I feel like between me and you, I feel like after all the shit that's happened with me dealing with white people, I feel like at this point, people think that I'm dumb if I deal with white people at all. Like, I've definitely had people be like, well, you haven't learned. And it's like, I'm supposed to learn that every white person gonna betray me and turn around and fuck me over? Like, that's what I was supposed to be learning this whole time in life, the whole time I've been alive, that like, white supremacy is going harder and harder and harder, that the stories that they tell us in school about white supremacy and chattel slavery, like the little stories that they tell us in February, like it's the ways that like people really expected or expect, or I'll just talk about myself. People expected me to know better than to deal with white people. And I hate to say this, but how's this going to, I'm trying to think about how to say this. I feel like I don't want to ever make it seem like I need to connect with white people. I don't think that. But the idea that the solution is that we all don't fuck with white people, I just don't think is realistic. And I also think for some of us don't want to hold that the issue isn't someone being white. I know people don't want to hear this. The issue isn't the white person. It's the colonized behavior. And any of us can embody colonized behavior. And so at some point, sure, I'm dating white people and I'm assuming that they can unlearn colonized behavior. Not for me. In general, it's not until this year really that I realized that I'm asking white people from jump now things I should have been asking before. But at the time, I'm, again, not realizing that like my lack of communication directly with them about their contribution to whiteness, to white supremacy, that was something I was not willing to do because I was embarrassed about talking to them about their whiteness. I just didn't even think about it that way. But in retrospect, it was an embarrassing moment because my partners that are white have always spoiled the shit out of me. So there were times where I would feel like, not you, like you're doing a great job. But in retrospect, they're not doing a great job. They were just taking care of one person who's not black. And so again, it's the ways that I used to think like, oh, my white partner is doing everything that I want my partner to do. And so that's that. And so again, it's the ways that having shallow connections, being in relationships for the financial security, the ways that your partner is desiring you. Like, I think that's another layer to this. Like, all of my white male partners were never like the hottest guy. They were men that were like, and someone said this to me too. There was this girl that I talked to who was like, you know, your boyfriends realize like you're hot as fuck, so they have to put money like in your life, like they have to take care of you. And it had me laugh. I didn't think like that at the time, but over time I started to like really think like that. Like, which again, I don't think like that now. But at the time I used to think like, yeah, I'm really cute, and like, so of course my boyfriend's gonna fucking take care of me. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm not saying there's no men of color who will do that. I will never say that. But there have been multiple moments in my life where men of color have absolutely shamed me for having needs and wants. And this isn't just black men. This is men of color in general, letting it be known they're not going to be doing anything of the sort for me to benefit me. And again, there are so many white men that I have dated that knew exactly when we started dealing with each other, I'm gonna have to do something to show you, to make you comfortable, to make you like want to be with me, to want to get closer to me. And I think about that like a lot of people of color that date white, those white people are like doing a lot to be in our life. Not always, not always. I think like for me, I've never dated a white person who like didn't go out of their way for me. Again, that's my preference. I think some people got caught up thinking that it was about race when really it was about how willing this person is to be supportive of me. Like, I'm a creative, I don't have family, and I'm honestly like a witch. Like, I feel like that's another layer to this, is like I actually be out here like doing all types of shit. And there are men that are actively afraid of me. Like, there are men that are terrified of me. And so with that being said, finding partners that are not scared of you, realizing that yes, I'm queer, but like that still requires like more learning and conversation about like what that could look like. I just feel like in retrospect, I wish that we would just let black women be. Like, if you see a black woman with somebody white, let them be. If somebody white harms them, check on them. Don't shit on them. Because one thing that hurts me is feeling like I'm dumb because I trusted my partner who betrayed me. I'm dumb because his white mama abused me. Like, again, it's the ways that like that girl's dumb for what? Believing a man that lied to her? Like, I'm sorry, but like, you guys, like, what are we really doing? What's the point of this? Like, again, I just don't see the point. But again, it's the way that like she names that like he was a hot white dude that she seen. They connected very quickly. Things were going well, and then they weren't. I'm not gonna say she couldn't have moved slower, sure, but what's the point at this point? Like, there's just some people that want to say something so bad, and that's why I've been just trying to practice more peace, and also remembering that like I've been Boo Boo the Fool. I've definitely believed a man for many years, and it wasn't that. Shit, I trusted a man to pay the rent a couple months ago and almost got fucking put out. Come on. Like, you could trust a man and he'll lie. And again, am I saying don't trust any man? No, but I probably could at this point, and people will feel me. And I think that that's another layer to this. It's like we're at a point where people want to think woman good, man bad. It don't work like that, sweeties. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie, having a white partner does put you in different places. Like, being around white people. Like, every time I'm around white people, we always go somewhere. And bitch, I have a sad moon. I like to travel. I'm a ninth houser, like ninth house stellium. I love to travel. I love to go places. And so again, as a poor bitch who don't drive, a lot of times, like, people that have more privilege than me were taking me out. Were treating me and tricking on me. So again, it did help me to think that white people weren't all bad, even all the more. Because again, the white people I chose to be around were never treating me to anything less than a great time. But again, I have to hold that I was a token and they were mine. And again, the ways that I wasn't considering that ever, like I was really thinking that it was just so easy to have friends. But in retrospect, the more I decolonize, the more I realize that you have to really be quiet to be friends with white people. I didn't realize that for a long time because I be talking about so much shit. I didn't realize how I couldn't talk about certain stuff. And even now, trying to talk to white people about white supremacy, like, I don't know. I feel like let me get a drink for that one because again, it's like I'm sitting with the reality that my friends are my white homie is aware of something and like they're being really open and then I'm sitting with the reality that like they just don't know yet. And like how do I share with them? And I'm trying not to be mean to them, but I'm also just like I really had to tell them, I'm like, when I stayed at your house, I wasn't a guest. I was like, you realize we didn't start off as friends. I was like, I was your employee. And it was a moment that they had to really sit with because they over here, like, again, it's the way that everything moved really quick with white people being racist. But it's like, bitch, I was your boss. And I know they forgot that shit too. It's like, bitch, I actually used to pay you because I had a business where I could afford an employee. I'm no longer there. I've been homeless so many times. I can't even afford to hire nobody. Like, bitch, it's been a mess. But again, it's the way I had to tell somebody, wait, like you realize we met because I offered you an opportunity. And notice, like in the end, where am I? What did I have to do to like be okay? Like after everything, like you met me and everything was going good. And now, and again, I'm not mad at them. I just feel like I'm still trying to figure out how to like talk about stuff without making it seem like anybody owes me anything because I feel like that's another layer to this. It's like I've definitely talked like people owed me shit and it sucks because like there are times where I do feel like I wish I didn't say it that way. I wish I would have said it differently. There have been a lot of moments recently where I've like taken a moment and really thought about how I wanted to come at somebody and it's been for the best. But in the past, have I talked to people real crazy and real like out like just expecting something and real narcissistic? Absolutely. And again, it's the ways that like I don't want to ever like come here and make it seem like I've changed. No, bitch, I'm doing better drugs and I have access to care and support. And like I'm actually like, whew, I'm just I feel like between me and you, I feel like some people like cortex, that frontal lobe. I don't think it develops like for everybody by 25. I personally don't believe that. I feel like some people need help, some people need some extra help to get it developed. I feel like some of us, like, I feel like empathy, that's not inherent. I feel like people don't know how to be empathetic. You have to learn that. If you never learn that, then you grow up to be someone who just doesn't understand why this or that. And really, if you had empathy and compassion, it wouldn't even matter that you didn't understand. You'd have a better response regardless. And again, the ways that like not having certain access, not having certain connections, like it always spells like just anxious or avoidant attachment, bitch. And then that right there. Like I said though, I wanted to come and talk. I always want to come and talk, but then I'd be like, do I have it? And then I have it, and I'm grateful. Thank you for being here with me. Yes. Ooh, chili mac, bitch. Wait, are you making a side with it? Is it gonna come with cornbread? Please tell me. I'm hungry. You said Gemini has many lovers and all of them and all seem serious. I don't think my you know what? My dad did make every woman seem like his woman when he was with them, but I never got this vibe like he really loved any of them based on how he would just drop us off at their house. I don't remember one time my dad had us with a random woman and he was really there. Never saw him cook with the woman. Like it really felt like he was using these women to just drop a baby. I hate to say that. It didn't seem like he wanted to play house. It seemed like he just wanted somewhere where he could trust that his kids would be able to go. And again, my dad's a narc, so he's not going to talk about that. He got new kids now. That's what he focused on. And so that's why I don't even bring him up because it's like, it's the way that like he got new kids. He operating like those are his real children. And I'm grateful, honestly, because like it's the way that he'll still pop up on me trying to get me to support one of his businesses. My dad stayed trying to open up a fucking pawn shop. And it's funny as hell because low key, I feel like a pawn shop, it's not a bad idea, Mark. But again, it's the ways that like he want me to promote his business. I'm like, girl, you a deadbeat. Like you gotta send me a check to promo anything, bitch. Like there's no friends and family here. He don't care though. You know what, Meryl Streep? I appreciate you for even saying that. I appreciate you for even saying that. But even that though, even like being extroverted and super outgoing, like I think I just wanted to like make people laugh so that they would like associate me with like fun and silliness. And now I'm comfortable with not making a joke and not being so silly. But again, it's the way our society really loves a joke. Because again, you don't have to take things so seriously when we're all joking around. We could say anything. But us being able to say anything, it's not always for the best. Because again, like the stakes get really fucking low when people aren't considering what they're sharing with each other. But hmm. I also think that like as you get older, I really think that you start to notice behavior that just didn't serve you. And so just, letting anybody in, trusting everything everybody say, obviously, like if it didn't go well, you're not gonna keep doing that shit. And so I think about the ways that like I've recorded enough evidence for my own self to review to see like you know, some things I couldn't have helped, but other things like I was naive and I just didn't know yet. At this point, I feel comfortable. Like, I feel like, I'll say this. I feel like even though me and Dane moved really quickly, I still think that like there's still like a core of like friendship there, which doesn't make me feel too unsettled. But I've definitely told him like we could just be friends. Like, we don't have to be in a romantic relationship if it ever gets too challenging for you to like rise to what I need in a relationship. And that's definitely like fucked him up a little bit. Excuse me. But I think he realizes at this point, after all the content he done seen, that I definitely show him that like, a lot of women are choosing singleness, like are choosing to be single versus like go through anything or go through just any bullshit. And so I find him like definitely working on himself a lot in terms of like his mental health, showing up more and just again like being a partner and not just a dependent. But I feel like that's the thing. A lot of men learn how to be dependents. They learn how to be dependent on you. They don't learn how to be like your partner, someone that's doing life with you. Like they learn secretary, they learn like bitch that will do anything for me. You know what? I'm not saying there's no colorism in Jamaica. I'm just saying that like when it comes to being in America, I don't hear people say anything about Jamaican people skin tone wise. I could be wrong, but I haven't heard a lot of people say anything like that. But again, I'm lighter skinned, so what the fuck am I even really saying? That's another moment. I've never. Of course, I didn't hear. No, I see a lot of people saying that they're in New York, seeing a shift around New York and Black Americanness. Like a lot of folks saying that like they're one of very few Black Americans in New York, and I was like, whoa, like because again, when I think of New York, honestly, I think at this point I think of Latinos and Arab folk, like high key, no shade. Like I'm not saying there's no Black people there. I know they are, but the amount of like content coming from New York, it's like I don't really see that many Black American. No shade to anybody who is. Oh wow. And see, I haven't seen that conversation unfold just yet. I'm definitely gonna go look for it. I haven't seen anybody say reparations are not needed, but I think that that's a fascinating stance to take for anybody because again, it's the ways that there's a conversation right now about Black Americans not paying taxes because they should be getting reparations, and so not having to pay into the taxes system and getting reparations is what they're advocating for, seemingly. But again, it's the ways that I'm really wondering what this shit about to look like. Is it going to be? Because I wonder if the reparations going to hit like the one drop rule. That's really what I'm thinking at this point. But like, are the reparations going to hit like you had one Black ancestor in this time frame? You know what I mean? I just see a lot of white passings getting money. I hate to say it. But I if it goes the way I think it's gonna go, because whenever people say that they're offering something to Black people, they don't really check to make sure it's Black people. That's one thing that really bothers me is like the Loveland Foundation, like they don't really ask if you're black. Like they don't really check in. And the photograph, like it's supposed to be like a fund for black women to get money for therapy. Even in the own photograph, it's clearly like mixed women. And it's awkward because again, it's like, is this money laundering? Like Loki! Like in retrospect, I'm just like, is this, and I'm not trying to be shady, but I'm just like, is this like really for black women? Or like, are you lying? And like, am I a part of a scam? Because like, it's the ways that like Meghan Markle donated to it. And I thought like at the time, like she did that because she knows like that she's not black. But now I'm just like, maybe she's like, maybe this was actually another psyop where like she donated to this like fund that does not even care if black women get this money. Like I really am like, if we get reparations, he'll be embarrassed. Oh my God. That's fucking insane. Look, hear me out. I feel like if you are this is it's such a weird combo because it's like I don't even know where to begin when people talk about some who should get reparations. Because again, there's going to be people who are like myself who have mixed ancestry, but who could absolutely trace back to enslaved ancestor. It's like, who's gonna get that money? It made me think of the stimulus check. Everybody was trying to figure out who gonna get that stimmy. And in retrospect, I'm wondering, like, damn, like, y'all just printed that money out. That'll never not blow my mind that they had a couple thousand for everybody. That'll never not fuck me up. That was a moment. I'm sure there are Black Americans who are like, how the fuck you had that 2K sitting like that? And you know what though? My white bully, like me seeing him in the foster care system, like again, it's the way that when he came to school, like when I can like see him in my mind still, because he was such a fucking bully. And again, like the ways that he always had nice clothes, like he always had clean clothes. He was a bigger kid too. He wasn't skinny. So it's like I noticed like he was dressed well for a fat kid. Like he had button ups and shit, and he had like nice jackets and shit. Like he looked like he was being cared for. But again, it's the way he was in that foster care system in the foster care shelter with me. And we kind of became friends, but it was awkward because we never spoke about how we knew each other from school. We just didn't talk about that. I think like Dane's mom is nice to me, like, but she's really like a non-factor. Like we both don't really have parents that are factors. And so I feel like that's why I feel like this is the best relationship I've ever been in because I feel like my partner is learning something from me and I'm learning something from him. Like Dane's like literally teaching me how to like play guitar. Like I'm not ever trying to make it seem like it's perfect over here. Not at all. A lot of things going on. Ooh, but I'm at a point where I can absolutely hold that I'm glad I found him. Also, Venus and Virgo, I'm never going back. Like, if you're Venus not in Virgo, I'm good. Like, I just feel like the love language of Venus and Virgo, bitch, look into it. Okay, Nine of Pentacles, bitch, Nine of Pentacles. I ain't going back. I can't go back. I can't go back. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Like I feel like again, I feel like I feel very fulfilled in this relationship. Have I always? No. But I also didn't realize like what was happening here. Like I feel like again, I feel like in the beginning I told like I feel like I told this story before. I met Dana on Tinder. I said I want some dick. And I need someone to sit by my door just in case someone try to come kill me. That's literally how we met. I never make a Tinder account. I literally was that desperate to get someone to come to my house after that man had tried to kill me. I was like, I'm on the booty app. Someone's coming to my house. Someone gonna make sure. And it's the way that like I'm swiping on him. He over here trying to be a gentleman. He over here talking about some, can I take you to lunch, take you to breakfast and shit. I'm like, I guess, bitch, but I'm trying to get someone to my house right now because I need someone to watch the door type shit. Like I was scared, bitch. And again, it's the way that he just started kicking it at the house, just being security. I was appreciative. But again, it's the ways that in the beginning I told him I don't want to date you. I want to just be free. But I need a man near me so no man tries to fuck with me because someone just tried to kill me because they assumed I don't have nobody out here, which I don't really. So I told Dave, like, yo, I need you to be a bully. I need you to be a big bully. I need security. He was like, I'm with it. But again, it's the way that from the beginning he took me on a date. He was always trying to court me, and I kept telling him, like, bitch, I need you to help me slide on these men. Like, we robbed a man together. We robbed a man together. Again, I did not want a boyfriend. I told him I just need security, so now just watch the door. Just watch the door. He charmed me, bitch. And I tried to break up with him a couple times, and then I was like, you know what? I feel like even if we broke up, I still wouldn't know what the fuck to do because again, it's not about him. And again, I feel like through all the changes, mental health crises, all types of things happening over here, he's held me down. And like things that happened that were very unreasonable, lots of stuff. Like there are things I'll never tell y'all that maybe I will when I'm old as fuck. But like there are just things that again that have happened, like medical things. Like bitch, I had 2 seizures in a row, and he was the only one there. Like bitch, if I had that seizure in a room somewhere, I might be dead. It's the ways that like he saved my life, like just by being around me and caring about me. And I'm grateful, but at the same time, I think we both know like it's so hard to have permanent or long term anything. We both come from a background of knowing that everything could just change one day. Everything could just be different now. And I think that's a scary thing. And I think that's what makes us, I think, in ways like appreciate each other. That like, yeah, we're gonna keep changing, but we don't change so much that we forget that we care about each other, that we want to do stuff together. And I think unfortunately for both of us, we both have like really deep depression. And for me, I know the plant medicine has been helping. He even says himself, he's like, I'm so grateful that we met. I started doing mushrooms because the mushrooms have helped him with like really intense depression. Like he really has made a lot of breakthroughs. It's been really cool to see him like go from like super just untrusting, super like little shell, and then just busting out and like realizing that he's safe and that he can do a lot of things that maybe he didn't feel like he could. And again, it's the way that like I don't expect him to perform a certain way for me. He don't gotta do nothing to make me feel like a woman, and I don't gotta do nothing to make him feel like a man. That is what I look for in a partner. And there are a lot of men of color, especially black men, who will never be with someone like me because I'm not going to perform in a way to make your boys feel good about you being with me. And I hate to say that, but some men are dating you to show the boys what they doing, how they doing. And it's unfortunate because again, when you're fat, men are already kind of weird about it. Men are very weird about a fat bitch, but be a fat bitch and are the homies gonna be proud of you? It's awkward, but I've seen men of color like operate in this way where it's clear like your friends are really running everything. The perception is running everything. It don't matter. And I think about how when Dane brought me to meet one of his homie looked at me and said, we look alike. I started dying laughing because I'm like, me and this man do not look alike. But in ways, it's like there's times where I'm like, what? And also I was wearing a wig. So I was like, bitch, I don't look like this man. But again, it's the way that like I've been with men and their friends try to play me and try to play them. And I'm like, that's crazy. But again, if I'm meeting my friend Boo, I'm not gonna say nothing like that. But again, these men, a lot of times, like, and again, if Dane was insecure, he might have been like, oh, I can't be with her. We look like twins. Like, who knows? But again, there are some men that really bring around the fellas to see what the fellas think. I'm grateful that he was like, my friend is weird. I'm like, he is. That's okay. Not wouldn't Google the man. I'm screaming. Whiteness is a mindset. Yes, whiteness is practice. People practice whiteness. Yes. Annie, I still feel like people are doing spells on me, and that's my feeling, that's my energy, and I feel like again, as I said before, the girlie that put a spell on me In my humblest opinion, it all was from a miscommunication. She is a mixed person who has a black father and a white mother, and she is very much benefiting from people thinking she's black. I feel bad for her in ways more than I'm angry at her, because at some point it's gonna come out that she's lying. And I feel bad for her because the moment that we had together was a moment I think her spirit guides tried to give her, where she could abandon the racial essentialism she was trying to perpetuate. Unfortunately, because white supremacy is coming how it is, there are some mixed people who will stand closer to black people and will think it's solidarity. Some black people will think it is too. I'm not about to fight with nobody. If people think that like it makes sense to pretend to be somebody in order to be connected to a group, I hope that they look into the comment section and get some reading material. But again, I'm not about to sit here and act like everybody's gonna just get all this information. It's a lot. And I don't have a traditional job. I work at a farm. I go to a farm, I hang out with plants, I talk to people, I read tarot. Like there's so much stuff that I do. I don't have a traditional life. And so I'm not gonna do traditional things. And so I'm gonna use the time I have to uplift the things that I see. But again, not everybody is going to have the energy to uplift everything or share everything or even read everything. And so I'm hoping that people know, like, if you're not decolonized to a certain point, you're not failing. And I really hope that you give yourself a moment to just consider all of the things that you've learned this year. Like, for real, like, please, like, go back to maybe like January, look at some posts, like, just look at how far you've come in terms of what you've been able to open yourself up to receive. Like some of you are in your era of receiving. Some of y'all need to focus on maybe opening up, and so you can take something in and versus putting something out there. And that's a scary thing. It's not easy to think that it's time to share. It's time to, or it's time to take in something new. It can be intimidating. It can also be hard to focus. And so I just hope y'all are nicer to yourselves, because that's the only thing that's helped me this year is being nice to myself. It's telling myself, you know what? We didn't do it today, but we might do it tomorrow. Like, let's go get some rest. Like, reminding myself that it wasn't all down to you. It was never all down to you. There's so many moving parts. Like, just again, reminding myself that like I can zoom out, take a deep breath, come back to it tomorrow. I really hope more of y'all can say that to yourselves, especially when something has been built up in your mind is so important. And so you need to get it just right. I really hope you allow yourself to just take a nap, eat a snack, maybe call your friend who's kind of silly and don't take shit too seriously, so you can get out of your head and just again realize it's your first time here. Why the fuck would you know how to do it right? It would be wild if you did, bitch. Honestly, it would be very convenient. Meryl Streep, you saying some is killing me. I'm never gonna say that like men of color don't spend money. That's ridiculous. I have men of color tricked on me, of course. I will say though that like when it comes down to it, like my experiences being courted, I don't even want to do too much because like literally like the last week, like a lot of white men sending dick pics right away. Like it's been kind of bizarre. Like the white men are just wow. Like again, I'm used to men of color sending me dick pics. It's been fascinating to see how many white dicks I'm getting. But again, it's the ways that I think a lot of men are trash. I think a lot of men are weird, and I think unfortunately people will see you dating someone white and think all types of things. Just like someone sees me dating Dane and be like, oh, like somebody said like, oh, you like him light bright. I'm like, this is like the second light skinned person I've dated, and even light skin is funny. Like this is the second mixed person I've dated. But again, even remembering that I dated someone else, like again, I don't want to be obtuse and make it seem like it don't matter, but I want to be honest and say that like when I'm swiping, I don't even again, I didn't expect to date Dane. It was very much he's working very hard to keep me. And I'm grateful because again, because he's doing that work, I'm doing other work. I'm able to do more mental work because he's taking care of so much. So I'm able to understand times where I'm actually asking a lot. And I should actually take a deep breath and take a beat, take a walk. Because what I'm asking for is going to take some time. It's not going to happen right away. And I need to practice some patience. Again, I'm never trying to make it seem like there's a good one and a bad one. We are both victims of complex trauma, childhood trauma, just trauma in general, bitch. And so it's been a whirlwind adventure. I'm not even gonna play with you. We both had some moments that were very embarrassing, but I think that being candid about what's happening here feels good because I've been in relationships where I was like, I don't want to tell this story. Or I don't want to speak about this man because it's traumatic as fuck. And I just feel like I'm not in anything traumatic. I have at times thought that like things were more, but I think one thing that I had to hold is that I think we're both like trying to be as sane as we can, even though we're in an insane time. And also, like, we are both carrying so much. And again, there have been moments where I wasn't sure if, like, I was with someone that I was just like there are definitely moments where I was like, I don't know that like we're in the same place. And then there were moments where I was like, damn, like I think we're actually very in the same place and that's part of our connection too. And so again, this relationship has me reflecting a lot. Again, I'm never gonna make it seem like anything's perfect. And like I ain't trying to leave his ass. I done said he done ran outside with no shoes on one time because he was fighting, bitch. It's definitely been a mess at times. And again, I didn't expect to date him. I wanted to just have someone be a security guard. And next thing I know, I fell in love. And I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like there have been moments where I was like, I don't know if I love him anymore. And then there have been moments where I'm just like, oh, damn, like, I felt that, but I felt that because of something not being done that I didn't even communicate. So again, there's definitely been moments where I realized I had to grow up and like really communicate with my partner and not just again, just like use my feelings to, or not use my feelings, but use my desires that I'm not communicating as like a test for like what's not being done for me. And again, I'm never trying to make it seem like I know everything, I got it all figured out. Definitely no. But I do think that like I've never had like high standards in relationships. I've had a lot of low self esteem. I've dated people because they were like showing me that they were into me and they were doing just enough to make me think this will keep on happening. I'm old enough to realize that, I think it makes more sense to go on some like virtual dates. Like I think it makes more sense to like video chat before you even ever meet a man, just because again, the video chat could probably tell you a lot more than wasting your time in real life. Also, meeting a person in real life. Who I seen a post the other day on Reddit, and the girl, the OP, actually messaged me back, which was really cute because like I didn't expect anything. But she was talking about like a man standing her up after she was literally trying to find a parking spot. She was in the middle of finding a parking spot, and he just left. And a bunch of people were like, "You were really late," and it's like she was trying to find parking. He literally said, "Sounds good." And then he just disappeared. And like she was really hurt. And like again, there were so many women like in this like chat, like who were like, you're inconsiderate, like you were 30 minutes late. Like, what if this was a job? And it's like, girl, it's some dick. It's some dick. Woo, child. Not they said if he was 30 minutes late, would you have waited? And it's like from the conversation, it seemed like she was running late and was communicating and then said she needed to find parking and then he just didn't, he was just gone. Like that's wild. But again, it's the ways people are like, if you were late on an interview, it's like, girl, this ain't no interview though. I swear, people really want women to feel like shit all the time. It's like she literally telling us she got stood up. Come on. She over here trying to park her car downtown. Come on. I don't even drive and I had some fucking I felt for her, But anyways, I say all this to say that like there are gonna be a lot of things that happen that people are gonna say, oh, that woman should have known better. No, she was learning. That was the learning lesson. And again, there might be a couple more because sometimes it don't stick. Again, just like they say it takes like 7 times for abuse victims to leave. I want y'all to consider that like before people are like invested romantically or shit, even when they are, it still might take way more than 7. And honestly, 7 sounds like the number they came up with after they had pooled all the numbers, meaning that's the median. Meaning that's what they felt comfortable saying is the median. 7. Bitch. The way men compile data these days, I don't even trust 7 anymore. It's probably 70. It's probably fucking 70 times to leave. And that's if you even get them, because there may be something that stops you from ever doing anything else again. And again, just with the Danish deception, what do people want? What do people want? They want to punish that girl for what? Falling for a white man? I don't want to live in a world where people are really scrutinizing people trying to date to that degree, to where they're like, oh, you're with a white man. Of course, that's what, like, oh my God. Like, I've had people say to me, why did you trust that white person? And not, why did they hurt you? Enough times to realize this isn't about Black women being anything. This is about wanting to make Black women feel as if they're not that smart. And that's why they got hurt, because they were being dumb. And again, the ways people need to punish people to like get their point across is so sick, because it's like, are we really going to act like she's ever been through this before? Like, it's the way that she described her truth. She saw a white man that looked like a model. And like, what the are we supposed to pretend like there's not attractive white people now? Like, I'm so sorry. Like, it's just so frustrating, because it's like, yeah, white people can be collectively a part of abuse, sure. But again, colonized behavior can rest in anyone. I'm never going to say that only white people can be anti-Black. That's insane. You know that's insane. That's where this fucking convo goes. So I really need people to start doing some research on colonized behavior, because if we don't, we're going to do the opposite thing with people of color and say, hey, you're not white, you're cool. You're not white, that's great. You're not white, I'm just going to trust you implicitly. Come on, guys. We can't afford to operate like that. We have to actually get to know people. We have to actually see how they're moving. We have to actually like check in on them and like let them speak for themselves. And again, there are so many moments where people let you know what type of time they're on. You really ain't got to wait that long. But again, it's the way people don't want to do that work. They want to look at someone and say, your white partner is why I can't trust you. And again, it's the ways that I've tried to have conversation with men in my family about, you know, being with white people, having mixed kids, and like not just my brother, like other men in my family, they were not interested. It's like, once you're with a white person, it can be really hard to like talk to you about white supremacy. I was the person though that was so outspoken. People were like, why are you dealing with white people if you're this aware of white supremacy? And my thought process, as I said, was this white person's not treating me like shit. I assumed individually they could be trusted. At this point, I'm holding that like anyone can be colonized in their behavior. Again, there are so many younger people who will listen to adults talk, and they'll go to their little job and still be best friends with the white girl that works on fries. I just want y'all to consider that like colonized behavior can be embodied by anyone. And so what's most important, in my humblest opinion, is talking to people and getting where they're coming from. I'm not saying that every white person is going to rise to that occasion and show you something. Probably not. But I'm trying to hold that some of you just haven't figured that out yet. Like, some of you just aren't there yet, that like anyone can be colonized and practice whiteness. It was hard to sit with, because again, I used to think, when I thought I was a Black person, like I could never be wrong. And I think there are some Black folks still there, still thinking that they can never be xenophobic. They can never be, they can never be like operating other systems of white supremacy. And again, that's what gets people to a point like where people start to feel infallible and like they can say anything, do anything. And again, it's the ways that gaining power through people listening to you, through people supporting you, uplifting you, that can feel so amazing. But again, if you're not dismantling or decolonizing with others around the behavior of the colonized, again, it's really easy to think that it was only white people doing this or that. It was never only white people. But again, the ways that we couch all of this behavior in white people as if whiteness doesn't have many looks. It's really fucking fascinating when you really think about it. But again, Whiteness needs everyone to participate. They need a group participation. And I think that's the more dangerous thing for white people is that like there are people of color realizing that colonized behavior is the issue, not white people. And I wish we would hold that. Someone looking white, that's not what makes them do anything. The colonized behavior being told or being taught to them and couched in their look is part of this. Again, white supremacy dehumanizes white people as well. The idea that anyone white has to operate a certain way because they're white, it's dehumanizing. And again, some people still won't see it. Some people still won't see it. Some white people still won't see it. That they're being lied on and they're being taught how to perform that lie. And some of them don't want to perform it. And some of them don't want to perform it so bad. They're trying to pretend that they're black. They're taking on black aesthetic, black vernacular. Like we're seeing something that we've not seen before. Because usually when white people steal from black folks, it's just to benefit. At this point, it's a way to skirt the combo. If a white person is talking with AAVE, someone might think they're cool. Someone non-white. Again, just the ways that some people of color learn how to speak Queen's English very well so they can be in a boardroom. There are some white people learning slang right now so they never have to go to one. And again, the ways that like some people are learning or being socialized and performing to be in a certain room. And for what? Yeah, I'm gonna read y'all comments and then I'm probably gonna dip out. I love having 3-hour conversations with y'all. It feels so fucking good. Just thank y'all for letting me pour all these things out because I know that some of y'all that watch be having just again, some of the gems in the comment section. Like, please know when I rewatch these videos, I watch the live chat, I fucking die every time. I swear to God. Like, I just watched the video from when I was living at my last place, and I was telling y'all about how my upstairs neighbor was about to start selling hams. And somebody in the comments was like, bitch, are they honey baked? Like, not y'all love me so much, y'all was gonna let me put a fucking ham in a packer. Not y'all was gonna let me drop a ham. I bet y'all, like, I'm just thank you. Again, like, most people, like, they ask for a comment, a subscribe. I got bitches willing to buy hams through the mail. Like, that is not everybody. Just please know I appreciate you. I know, even if it was a joke, bitch, it still warmed my fucking heart. All the cholesterol just melted right out of it. Because, bitch, like, just again, I'm literally crying, laughing, like, as bitches are like, yeah, we might be able to get a ham from you. Next thing I know, there's a knock on my door, my neighbor. Bitch, my neighbor talking about something, we about to start selling ham egg rolls. I'm like, girl, not there's a plot on the hams. Bitch. I want to pop up on my old fucking neighbor and be like, bitch, you still selling them hams? But low-key, bitch, you never know. Honey baked be acting a fool. I think thinking that women are inherently good feels good. It feels good. But I think about the ways that we all just want a way to trust. We all want to figure out a way to trust, the easy trick to know if we can trust. And I think that that's the hardest thing about trust is it's not easy. It actually is very complex. And so again, some of us may want the easy way to some shit that's just not possible to be easy. Okay, cornbread. New York is ever shifting from Italians. Ooh, okay. Meryl Streep, that combo about reparations, I appreciate that. I'm fucking dead. No, me too. Yeah, right. That's you. Oh my God, Ivy, we do not deserve you because, and I mean this with so much disgust. His friend looked like a fucking Rottweiler. Like his friend literally built like a pit bull in the face. So I was like, I would never talk about how anybody looks if I looked like him. Like he literally looked like a red nose, and I was like, girl, like I would not have said, like you look like Chico from Next Friday, bitch, and like I literally didn't say nothing. Like, so when he said that shit, and we were meeting up to go eat with him, he said that shit as soon as I got to the table. I'm like, girl, I gotta sit here and look at you, bitch. I'm not gonna do no more, but he really looked questionable. He looked redacted as fuck, bitch. And I was like, whoa, like not your redacted friend. That's crazy. And I gotta eat with you, okay? Nah, he tested. And see, it's like, what's the point of even fucking saying that shit? Why even tell me that you was testing to see if people could handle that you was with me or you're my partner? Like, ew. Like, I hate the reveal of certain things because it's like, girl, no, I hate you. No, I hate you. No, I don't want to be with you ever again because that shit would really have me just like, a test? Oh, he said he and even saying society wouldn't find attractive. Like the like motherfuckers box be so little. Damn, I'm so glad I don't have that. Like I'm so glad that I don't give a fuck what y'all think. Cause I remember why the fuck this dude tried to play me? Like this boy I almost dated tried to play my first boyfriend. He was like, he don't look like somebody found in society. I was like, that's so fucked up. Like that's my man. Like why you said that? In society? That's the craziest sentence I feel like I ever read it. Like I ever read in my life was someone who I knew in real life telling me my man looked like he's not found in society. That was the craziest thing. And it's like, girl, I'm supposed to just go home now and eat soup with him. Like, I hate you actually. But again, it's the ways that I'm like, I don't mean to be shady, but I'm never dating anyone for how they look. That doesn't matter to me. I know people won't think that's true, but I don't care. Like, I'm not with anybody for how they look. Like, I'm genuinely into people for so many other things. First of all, I'm into people that have financial stability because I'm poor. Hello. I'm into people who have family support just in case something happens to him or me. Hello. Number three, I'm looking for someone that loves animals and the earth and life because I do too. But I'm also scared of animals a little bit, so I need someone that can talk to them for real because low key, like every now and then creatures do attack me. So I need a little bit of security. Like low key, that's another thing. Security, security, bitch. Like I need someone there to make you think twice about fucking touching me or putting your hands on me. Again, there are some things I look for that are not how they look at all. But I know some people will think like, oh, it's just because they're white. Not at all. But again, it's the ways that like so many white people that I've dated had the ability to make me think like if anything were to happen, we're gonna be okay. Clearly, like I met Christopher and then all of a sudden we living with his mom and dad. Like we hadn't even dated a month. And COVID had already started. And his mom and dad said, come stay with us to save money. Why? Like, again, it's like moments like that. It's like, I'm not trying to play anybody of color and say nobody of color family would do that. I would never say that. That sounds foolish as fuck to think like, and again, just the same thing with the Danish deception to make it seem like her family would have helped a black man. It's like, why wouldn't they have? Like, are we really going to make it seem like that family only had all that money available to a white man? I'm not gonna play anybody and say it's not plausible. I'm just saying like they were very generous. Like why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't they be just as generous? And again, it's the way this family got to fight for their life. When it's like, bitch, like y'all were generous as fuck. Like isn't that enough? Like you already showed how generous you could be towards a man who you thought was gonna marry his wife or or your child. It's like I hate moments like that because it's like why do we have to bring up black men right now? A black woman was harmed, and now we're talking about a black man being harmed by not getting a loan for a family. Like, what the fuck? It's just moments where I just be like, y'all just want this girl to suffer. And it's so loud. Nobody can hear that. Nobody hear people wanting punishment. Nobody hears punishment. Okay. Not a bleach bath. Gold Amours. I don't know what you're asking for, but all of my personal information is in the top of the whatever. Talking about spells, men don't understand that if someone wants to destroy you, all they need is a photo of your dick. Meryl Streep, you just be dropping gems. Like I thank you for being here. That right, Nima, we had the same reaction. Not men have waited longer for porn to load. Okay, so she was on multiple reality shows. See, I didn't know that. I knew nothing. Nothing. I thought people were just pulling out their ass, and I was kind of just like, what the fuck? But even still, even if she was on a reality show and didn't get the white man that she wanted, like, what is the issue here? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like if I saw it, like, again, I think that if so, like, I'm not gonna play anybody. Like, I see hot people all the time. Like, they look all different types of ways. Like, I don't think there's any one hot look. I think there's so many hot looks. So again, I feel like there's this idea that's always being pushed that black women are either loyal to black men or not. And I hate that narrative because it's very limiting. And it also takes away from the reality that attraction is not about what people should or shouldn't do. Like listen, I want to be so fucking for real with y'all. There are things that I'm attracted to that I'm uncomfortable by. Like, I want to be super candid right now that there have been moments where I was Googling like why something was like attractive to me. Cause I was like, oh, I don't like this. And so I want to be candid that there are people that are attracted to things that they don't like. And you got to do that work on your own, buddy. And again, I say that as someone who is like just realizing in retrospect how much like our sexuality is informed a lot of times by violence and harm done to people or fear, shame, so many layers to how sexual things develop. But I'll say this, I've definitely been uncomfortable at something that I seen that I liked. And I was definitely trying to figure out like, how did this happen? How did I like this thing? Why do I like this thing? And again, even trying to figure that out, like even the expectation that I need to like do something about this desire, like it's so funny because again, does it hurt me? Sometimes, because I think about the ways that like, I think about just like domination, and I think about how sometimes like we're not really watching sex, we're watching like harm. And I think about how like I've stayed away from like a lot of like brutal or brutality in sexual experience physically, like IRL, because like I don't like pain. But I think about the ways that like sometimes like people will see some images and like who knows why, but it looks good or it feels good to watch. And so again, I want to be candid that I will never tell you what this is because bitch, I don't like it. Why would I share that with you? I already gotta live with it in my own fucking head. But with that being said, like I'm not gonna ever think that there are not men who have that experience where like everybody wants you to be with whoever the fuck and you like XYZ. And like you liking XYZ is not even about preference. It's what gets you going. You look at that and you like it. Will I will I also acknowledge, of course, that like we see white people all the time. But I'm more so talking about the ways that like you might see something that is disturbing or just might not make you feel comfortable. And again, that's something that you like. And so I think about that with like black men that like they're attracted to white women. They can't hide that from you. Just like there are some there are some black women and black folks of all genders that are like, I'm attracted to this white person or these white people or this type of feature. And again, are they bad people? No. But the ways that like sometimes like people will really want to like figure out desire, like understand it. And I think that it's a lot. I think it's cultural. I think it's, I think it's internal. I think again, growing up, like I was supposed to like boys, right? And I think about ways that like I knew that I wasn't just into boys, but I also knew I could get beat. I also know I could get treated poorly. I remember one time I drew a naked body and my family treated me like really shitty. And I overheard my mom on the phone like talking about how good of an artist I am. And it's like she never told me that to my face. And it's the ways that it's like I'm drawing a body just to draw. I'm an artist. And the ways that that was gay. And I think about how like how many of y'all have done something and now the family worried about your sexuality, which is weird. But again, it's like, what will you do to not seem gay? How far will you perform to make everyone comfortable? And I don't think everyone thinks about that. That there are going to be black people who want to fuck white people and want to fuck a white person and want to fuck Kathleen because they like Kathleen. That's all valid. Unfortunately, the issue is that there are going to be some people, not just black, that get with white people and think that they're superior and they may start treating you like shit. That's the issue, is the people that connect with a white person to harm you, to ascend and to elevate and to posture above others. I think that's shitty behavior, to take on a colonized mask or a colonized position in a white person's life. But again, do I think that anybody black owes me a certain level of behavior? Fuck no. I think unfortunately for all of us, nobody owes us anything. Isn't that fucked up? Like that, like we all live on the same planet, but we all don't have the same code on how we throw away our oil or our trash. Like we live on the same place. Somehow speak the same language. The technology can literally translate to any language, and we still don't know how we should treat each other. It's so fucking sick. But again, there will be people who still want to fuck white people. Are they bad? Is it a failure? No. But again, the behavior, the practice of whiteness, like, will we talk about that? No. We want to punish people for fucking white people. Let's talk about that. Like, whenever a conversation starts going into, they shouldn't do that. Why are we trying to punish people out of behavior that they clearly like? They like fucking white people. Why do we need to focus on that? Are they doing something with those white people? Are they really operating with a certain mindset? Some may. But I'm more focused on the women of color. Like I'm more focused on black women and women of color who date white men, and like how like over time, like people really will like just disown them, will discard them, will think that they're not worthy. And again, being left alone with a white person is terrifying. Like your white partner's your only friend, your only bestie, yikes. But again, like people don't want to think about that like choosing a white partner actually means a lot to other people. And again, the ways that having a white partner, people have like really like thought I was a weirdo about being so candid about anti-blackness and like dating a white person. And I'm like, wait, so I can't be attracted to a white person because I'm aware of white supremacy? What? Like again, I don't understand to this day like why someone thinks automatically that like me and this white person are never going to be able to be on the same page. And again, I understand that saying that sentence to some of you probably sounds crazy, but my thought process is this. If I'm dealing with white people at this point, I'm talking about race immediately. If they're uncomfortable, we don't have a relationship. And that's where I'm at. Not everyone's there. Not everyone can be there. Some of you know, as soon as you break silence about race, there goes the job, there goes the money. I feel like, again, I don't want to ever make it seem like I'm trying to like be like the best, a fighter, soldier. No, but I am trying to consider what it looks like to live right now. And again, it's the ways that anybody white around me, I'm bringing up white supremacy. I'm bringing up harm. I'm talking about this as candidly as possible. Because to be honest with you, I'm at a point where I realize some people will just run away. Like if you tell someone about anti-blackness or how they're operating white supremacy, how you both might be wrong, like that convo might be too deep of intimacy. And like not everyone white is gonna be able to be there with you. I'm not ever gonna say that they all could be. What I want to offer though is like that person of color, that black person, like they're not a bad person or like someone to like just again think bad things about because they're not dating someone that you assume they should be. But also Why are we ever assuming anybody black should be doing something? I feel like that's the most important thing. It's like as soon as you start thinking somebody black owes you a certain behavior, I think that's a good moment to really sit back and really ask yourself, do they really owe you anything? And again, how many people can actually feel comfortable sitting with the reality that they really have been anti-black? There are black folks still sitting with that reality that they assumed this black person was gonna do this or that thing, and they did it. And now what? Now what? Y'all can't talk anymore. Again, it's wild to consider, but like there are people that will really cut somebody off because they assume a certain thing about them. And again, I'm cool with this person who's about to marry this white man. She's so happy. But there are people that have told me, someone that just shared a picture that like, ew, like why is she with a white man? And it's like, I don't fucking know. Like she's clearly happy with him. Like what more do you want? Like again, it's the way that people really ask you to do a lot to understand things that are not gonna be understandable by all. Again, it's the way people treat me like I'm a dumb bitch whenever someone white harms me, as if I should have known never to talk to anybody white because they're always lying. It's wild. It's wild the things people communicate to let you know. Like, I assumed that you do this thing, and now that you're not, I'm mad at you, or I don't trust you. And it's like, when did we ever talk about trusting each other? Like, what the fuck? But again, it's the ways that like when you're on the internet, when people can see you shit, when you show yourself off, like people think things about you. And so my friend who's brown skinned that has a white fiance, for the rest of her life, like people will probably think things about her that are not true. And that's again another layer to this is like choosing a white person as a non-white person, people will really start to punish you and they'll really start to know things about you. And again, let you be hurt because somebody white hurt you. Like I've unfortunately seen like just people just again treat me like I should have known better. That white person was always coming. They're always snakes. I'm like, all right, well, if that's the case, you weren't worried about me. Like I'm like even saying it like that. Like if you think like that, then wouldn't you be worried about that black person or that non-white person? I just again, it doesn't play to me because it's really giving. We're gonna shame you for this connection with this white person that we don't know anything about. Again, I'm not willing to do it because I don't think that that's necessary. I think again, colonized behavior can rest in any person. And I think we all fucking know that anybody can be anti-black. Bitch, even a dog can be taught to be anti-black. So at this point, I think it just makes more sense to consider that it's a system that is deeper than anything that many non-black people can even understand or speak to. I am doing my best. But again, it's the ways that like people really will say, you should know this to black people all the time, as if like you knew that white person was about to play you. More importantly, after this connection with this white person that you clearly established some semblance of trust with, they betray you, they hurt you, shit, you gave them money, they stole it. Like just the things that white people can do to you where people are like, you should have been watching your back. And again, it's the ways that at this point I'm aware that any dealings I have with white people, like no one will have empathy for me. Like I can't, and I literally told white people I'm in community with, I'm like, I really don't trust y'all right now. I was like, because if I try to trust y'all and I get fucked over, people are really telling me they don't give a shit anymore because I should have learned by now. And it's like, damn, like I should have learned by now that what white people are colonized and will be on colonizer shit no matter what. Okay, but then also like we have to hold that there's not just white people being colonized, and we never want to have that combo. It's so comfortable for us to sit there and say it's only the white people. We gotta really break that. I hate that for us because it feels safe, doesn't it? It's a little bit more risky to talk about the ways that it's not just white people. Ooh, the H Mart scandal. Yes, the Asian people are talking about K-pop finally. It's really beautiful. Do you think you and your man look alike? In retrospect, kinda like low key. Like I feel like if somebody squinted in the right light, sure. Like I think we're both cute though. Like I feel like in retrospect, I feel like we're both just like two. Like we look like the smiley fries, you know, just two smiley fries. That's where I'm at. Oh wow. Okay, so you brought up the conversation. I was under the impression that he just randomly told you that he was trying to test his family about bringing home a fat woman, and I was like, ew, like why would you even bring that to me? But if you asked him, and again, even asking that question, I'm not gonna play with you. Like, I rarely have thought about that, like in relationship. I have rarely ever brought up like that I'm fat as something. Cause my thing is this: once they see I'm a fat bitch and they fuck with me, I'm assuming everybody else about to be cool. I've never really had too much issue, but I feel like that last one, Christopher's mom, the one that wanted to shoot me, I think she hated my ass for being fat. Like I really think she hated me for being fat. I think she also hated that her son was fat and getting fatter with me. I think she was very sick about fat people. Um, mm, Andy, I don't think you sold out for losing weight. I think losing weight. I think that it's so personal, isn't it? Like I feel like at this point, like I want to start lifting weights, but I feel like I'm finally at a point where I don't feel like I would be losing my identity as a fat person. I feel like if anything, I'd be gaining an identity as someone who is now learning about weights. Like I have to just remember that, like as a fat person or like as someone who's always been upsized, I've had a lot more time to in this body than in any other body. And so I think like that's where my perspective is always coming from. But I think that for anybody out there who wants to be smaller, like it makes sense. Like it makes sense. Again, I understand like we live in a world that tells you like smaller people deserve all types of stuff. And again, I just saw somebody on like Reddit, the R mixed race, say like they wish they were white. And it really just had me sitting with the reality that like there are some people who just will wish that they could be the colonized, that they could be the colonizer. Like there are some people that wish that they could just assimilate and not have to deal with being othered. And like that makes sense. Like again, I know it sounds really fun for us all to be like over it. For it sounds really cute for all of us to be like it's whatever. Like I'm gonna just keep on keeping on. Like not everyone's gonna be like that. Some yeah, I have a lot of them, leave me alone. But like it just doesn't make any sense like why people well, I don't want to say that, but I don't understand at this point. If we hear someone saying something that sounds like they're hurting, they're in pain, they're stressed. I hate that we don't think like let's not cause any more, you know? But again, I think that sometimes it's really easy to just like jump into like the first thing that someone said and not consider why they said it, where they're coming from, where they were. It's just so much easier to say, let's just punish you for having a thought that we just didn't we don't all collectively agree, so you're the issue. Amy, you're not wrong about having more questions. Oh, now he's dirty. I'm so sorry to hear that. I feel like I'm the messy one. Dane is so much cleaner than me, and I love it. But also, he has like a couple gross things that he does that I really am grateful for. Again, I'm not gonna tell you any of them because again, I feel like I've told y'all a lot. But I'll say this: that like, there's always things like when you live with someone, like little things that they do, and I'm so grateful that I'm in a relationship with someone that I'm just like I'm obsessed. Like even his morning breath, I'm like, like his, like when he get a little sweaty in the night, it smells good still. And I feel like I think about that, like how like I've never had a partner that stank. I'm so grateful. I never smelt nothing crazy. I never was with somebody and was like, other than that one dude who took his dick out and that shit made me want to throw up. But again, I didn't date him. He was a random. But yeah, no, I'm just very grateful that everyone has been, their booties always smell good. So grateful. Culturally in the Black American community, telling your children to stay away from white people is rooted in survival. And see, that's another layer to this. It's like, how many of y'all have been told like to stay away from white people? I never was told that. I know when I first dated a white man, my mom was like, and it was awkward because it's like, girl, what do you think? Like, what? And again, she never explained. She was just kind of like, oh, like she was very much like a white man, and it was awkward because it's like, girl, I have friends of all races. Like I never hung out with one type of anybody. I hung out with everybody, and so again, it's the way that she kind of looked at me like funny. But again, it's the way that my mom dates black men on some like, black essentialism shit. Like my mom wants to be around black people. That's why she's with a black man. She don't want to be around white people. And I think about that layer to this is that my mom never explicitly told me anything about white men. Nothing. And I think about that too, like how much could she really say? She's not dating them. She's not connecting with them. She's going towards black men every step of the way. So she really didn't have anything to offer me because I don't think she's ever dated anybody white. Mm. And you know what? I appreciate you for saying that. Oh, not vinegar. Not bounce that ass. Bitch, I'm fucking screaming. My thing is this though, like Meryl Streep, thank you for sharing everything that you share. You're such a wealth of information. But the part about like a black person dating somebody white and the community seeing it as them being unsafe, I think about the implications of that, and I hope this doesn't sound crazy, but there are moments where there are black women who don't call the cops, who don't advocate for themselves. And there are moments where I really wonder, if that's part of this conversation too. Because that coach from Michigan that got caught up in shit, I'm thinking about the ways that him not having a black wife meant that there were so many black people that like were like, well, we don't really care. This is outside of our community, which was fascinating. But also the ways that like there were some think pieces about how, his white wife called the cops on him. This is a payday for her. And I think about how it's a payday for any woman. Like your man got caught cheating on you, you're married, he makes six figures, like no matter what, even if he came home and had a smile on his face, I would probably still call for a PFA, bitch. Like again, you literally cheated on me. Homegirl pregnant. You lost your job. Yeah, I'm doing my paperwork immediately because who knows what's gonna happen next week, bitch. Mm-mm. You might do something real. You might do something stupider. So I'm going to make sure my money is set up. Now, again, I know some people don't want to hear shit like this, but there have been so many moments where I just didn't call the cops because I didn't want to get caught up in anything trying to tell the cops about this man. And again, I'm not saying that's all women of color, most women of color. I'm just saying there have been a lot of moments where I could have called and I didn't do it. Conversely, I've called the police on white men multiple times, bitch. Because, bitch, honestly, if a white man do something where I can call the cops, why would I not, bitch? Like, honestly, like, why would I not? But at this point, I'm not calling them for nobody, bitch. I'm not calling them for nobody. If I have to call them, I'm doing a voice coder and I'm calling like the station. I'm not even calling 911. Fuck that. I have never had to teach a man how to use a wash rag in my life, and I'm so fucking grateful. No, no. In fact, between me and you, like there are times where I be like where I feel like I gotta get my shit together because like Dane is like I've taught him some shit, but he's just more neat than me. Like he can thrive in chaos, but he definitely has a neater way of behaving, and I'm so jealous because there's just something about a man who's like a little neater than you. I don't know what that is called, but it's just hot to me. Like there's just something sexy about it. I'm like, yeah, yeah, you take it, yeah, you do those things that I'm not gonna do. Right. Like again, I don't really care about this man with the white woman, but I do think that like unfortunately, like him being with a white woman is like is adding to this. And it's fascinating because again, he was having an affair. He cheated on this woman. And then he probably did I think he also threatened the other girlie, right? I feel like there are a lot of things that happen in this. And so again, I think unfortunately for all parties involved, like when something happens, people look at the race and immediately think they know something. And it's frustrating because again, what we know for sure is this man is fucked up. We know that he's shady as hell. He's not treating anybody good. But now he's a black man who's playing on the Becky, so it's funny, you know? Like if there were two black women involved, people would be sad. And it's just so wild to think that like again, like the ways that like this man is operating is so fucking sick. But again, the ways that people are so polarized right now that like we can't even like all sit with the reality that like he is. And even saying that, like I feel like there's some black women that probably are like, leave that man alone, you know? Simply because he is a black man. Even if he's with a white woman, like there's still gonna be some black folks that are like, we're gonna still ride with him and hope good things for him. In my humblest opinion, I don't have any real thoughts. I don't know this man, and I really feel like if a man is cheating and being shady, I want him to get robbed by bitches. I want bitches to get money. I want bitches to do better after him and like, you know, get all his estates and shit. I want that. I feel like the new girlie that's pregnant, I really hope she got her paperwork in order. Uh soon. Soon. Cause good God. That's all I'm worried about, really. I'm born seed, bitch. Like that gotta come into the earth and be surveilled forever. Because that's another thing too. It's like if you think about that, Cynthia G. I feel like I've heard of her. I can't think of a recent video though. Um, damn, what was I about to say though? Um, I feel like there's. Oh, you know what? I do know who Cynthia G is. I do. I'll say this. I think that unfortunately for all of us, identity politics is not a way to connect. It's not. I think that like there are people who say I want to root for everybody black, but there are mixed people in that attendance. And I'm not trying to say nobody mixed should be supported. What I'm trying to say is like there want to be some folks that say that, but then let it be a deep dark skinned person who again is not commercially attractive to them and then they don't get the support. I just find it fascinating what people mean when they say they want to support everybody black because a lot of times it be really looking colorist and texturist and featurist and again based on how small and attractive and beautiful someone is. And it's again very wild to notice because there are so many black women being posted right now as like beautiful black women, and they're all thin. I have not seen any black women of size be posted as beautiful. And it's awkward because, again, I feel like in the desire to correct representation, aesthetic, people are really going hard into this idea that, like, the again, the idea of beauty must still rest in some ways in diminishing. And again, it's the ways that, like, I've yet to see like a fat black woman be respected in film, like truly respected, like a story told to bring respect and care. And again, I don't see it, but again, it's the ways that like I see such a big push for super thin black women to be the face of black womanhood. And it's awkward because again, it's the ways that like some people are trying to overcorrect the mammy stereotype, not realizing these fat black women aren't mammies. Like there's been a theft of identity. Someone took photos, images of black women and purported lies about them and said they are big, they are comfort girls, they are mammies, they are resources. The ways that fat black women are spoken about, and again, the ways that I don't see them being celebrated right now in a very intentional way, it feels like I've heard people say like I don't want to uplift anyone unhealthy. Like I've really been seeing a rise of people saying that like if you're fat, you're automatically unhealthy and so you shouldn't be supported, which is really sick. Word. I'm crying at not small in frame like Princess Nokia. Hear me out. I was literally just about to put the song Tomboy on my, because honestly I feel like I don't want to play and make it seem like I love Princess Nokia, but she got a couple bops, bitch. I still play Brujas. Katana could still get played. Katana could still really get played, but again, it's the ways that There are people that want to be in community and in solidarity, and it's awkward because again, like there are going to be moments where people of color and white people do something great together. Does that change historically what's happened in terms of white supremacy? No, but I do think that we're going to have to hold that there are going to be people attracted to white people, and that's not a failure. I really want us to consider that it's not a failure, that the failure is ever assuming that that white person is above, better, more important, more stable. Like it's just not true. But again, it's easy to think like that when we focus on individual experience. And even then, like there are people trying to tell you something about white men. And if I can leave you any tips if you're dating a white man, try to get a read on the mom immediately. Dane mom is mixed. Me and Dane mom, if anything, have so much more in common than any other woman that any other mother of any person I've ever dated. Like for the first time, I am dating someone whose mom is my class equal. And I feel like that's another layer to this. Yes, there are only two classes, but his mom is not a white woman and his mom is not a black woman. Like his mom is a mixed woman who is poor as shit. Like, same. I think about how like a lot of times like these white women are looking down on me and I'm sure thinking about the burden I'm going to be on their household. Unfortunately. And so again, it's the ways that like his mom is sharing with me, if any. Like I feel like that's another layer to this. Like I'm dating a man whose mother shares with me, who like makes sure that I have like things. Like his mom even came to my eviction and helped me move. Like between me and you, I don't know anybody's mom that I've dated that would come to our house while I'm being evicted. Not even we. I was being evicted, and his mom came to be supportive and move stuff, and she stayed even while the fucking cops were there. So I just want to name that like this is again the healthiest relationship I've been in with people who are also aware that we're all in the same class because we do not own anything. And I think about that, how like once people own a house, once people have names on deeds and shit, they start acting a little grand. And I think that that's another layer to this. It's like I've dated white men who had moms that had money and they were thinking about it. And see, that's another layer to this. Even saying that black people think about white people in a particular way, that's not true. Obviously not. If there are black people, fucking white people. I just want us to remember that whenever we say like things about all black people, we're immediately wrong because we don't know all of them. We can't. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Obviously, there are black people that don't automatically see white people as harm. They see white people as individuals that are possibly able to be supportive of them, as did I. But again, it's easier to say that like there's some collective understanding. There isn't. There is not. And there are little babies right now sitting in preschool next to each other, not knowing any of this. And I want us to consider, and I'm only getting louder because it's like all of this shit could disappear. Do you ever think about all of the civilizations that existed before then? I literally am talking to you on a device that's hovering in the air. Like, this is not like, bitch, 100 years ago, we would be witches for this. But again, the way that we can talk to people that aren't really here, like friends, like things have died and resurrected before us. We know that. We look at history, we see the pictures. We don't see the ruins because we're not supposed to. Hello, we're supposed to be populating this area. But again, it's the ways that like I think about 9/11 on like a grander scale. Like what would anybody do if all the buildings that were like municipal just disappeared? Like what would any of you do? Like what would the people in the church do if all the churches disappeared? All the buildings that were meaningful. What would we do if they all disappeared? What would y'all think now? Again, I promise you I'm not trying to fight. I'm just more so trying to say that like there is no collective black understanding. And I'm saying that to free anyone black who thinks that they should be doing a certain thing. There are going to be black people who fuck white people. They're going to know about history and they're going to assume this white person is unlearning. I hate to tell you this. I hate to tell you this. There are black people who think, not this one. I hate to tell you this. But I was there for a long time. I was like, not this one. They're my real friend. Like they're showing up like a real friend. Again, there are going to be black folks who really think this white person would never do me like that. And again, I don't think that they're wrong for thinking, for trusting. I don't think anyone's wrong for trusting. I think the thing that sucks is like you're trusting this white person, and if it goes wrong, you're fucked. And I hate that for anybody black. That like you could trust somebody white, that the white person could be showing up trustworthy. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter that you fell in love. It doesn't matter that they showed up for you in a way that no other partner has ever done, white or not. Like it's the ways that everything's so boiled down, and it's again avoiding the conversation around colonized behavior. It's like if we think it's all white people, then oh, like there's somebody out there that thinks I'll just cut all the white people off. I'll just go over here. And again, I'm thinking about non-black people who are gonna bother black people now because they're like, oh, all the whites are bad, so we gotta go flood black people's business and flood black people's events. Like I want people to consider, like, if we're not talking about the behavior, we can get real goofy with it, and people will start to think like, I have melanin, so I'm never oppressor. Like it's wild, but girl, I pray we start to think deeper about colonized behavior and not look at people and think you're gonna be the bad one. Anyone can be uplifting harm, and it could be hurting them too. It's fucked. It's fucked. I hope it's not giving that I think I'm an expert on black identity. I'm not. But what I don't want to ever do is make it seem like all black people are going to believe this one way or believing in this one way. Because again, I've met black folks who clearly think like they can trust these white people in terms of their partner, their partner's family. I've been a person of color who assumed this white person's acting right. Why would it change? Again, there's so many, at this point, people think I'm stupid. And I'm okay with that because again, like if I am dumb for getting harmed by white people, okay. I'm just going to continue to be the elder that says, I don't think anyone is dumb because they were abused. I don't think that. I need to really do TikTok live. I'd be really just chilling on here. You know what? And you saying you have an older black American mindset. Thank you for saying that. Because again, it's the way that I'll hear elders talking, and I know it's elders because I hear younger people who really, again, there's so many younger people who think that they're racist if they start to develop like boundaries around whiteness. And even the idea of boundaries, like some people are really like, whoa, I can't trust my white friend. And it's like, it's not even about that. It's like, is your white friend capable of like holding like their whiteness in real time? Because that's the bigger thing. It's like, I'm not telling anyone black to do a damn thing. It's not on anyone black. Like the longer you listen to black people, if you're really listening to hear, nobody black has to change their behavior. What I'm trying to offer is that no one black could ever just know that someone's going to harm them. And even the idea that like historically white people have been bad, so, oh well, that's insane. Like if white people have a history of being fucked up, we should be honestly beating their asses to do better. And I say we as mixed people, like people that are also mixed, like the white people. Because again, white people are mixed people. I know it's hard to think about, which is silly because like how many white passing mixed people do we talk about all the time? Like it's really funny to think about in retrospect how it's very obvious that race is fake and that white people have had so much like influence and propaganda that of course, some people are gonna think fucking a white person is gonna be the way to avoid anti-blackness. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Some people are gonna think if I fuck somebody white, I'm gonna avoid all the harm. Again, I used to think if I fucked with somebody white, I was gonna always have housing. I was always gonna have these comforts, these luxuries, and that's not true. But I thought that incorrectly because of white supremacy propaganda. white supremacy taught me that like being around white people would mean I'd have some semblance of safety. At some point, I have to hold, I was safe as long as I was a token. I was safer around white people when I knew less. The more you start to know from experience, from listening, but from experience as well, then you start to formulate a true boundary. But again, it's the ways that I used to believe, like incorrectly, that like there were more racists alive before, that like true racism was something I never feel. And again, it's the ways that like at this point there are people who are like white supremacy is getting really bad, and it's like it makes you wonder like where have you been again. And I have to be kind, I have to be gentle, because there are people that just don't know yet. I hate to say it. It's like again, all these names of people killed, like we can know them, but on the ground, like whiteness is a trick. Like it's the way you could walk into an establishment and be greeted with a white person calling you the N word with the hard R, like that was happening 2 years ago. It fucking wasn't. Again, like the window of like toleration, like the tolerance of white supremacy, like the overtness of it. And again, the ways that they're like, bitch, it's the way Italy is literally shut down right now. It's the way like there's so many things happening and it's so clear. Like there's some things we're supposed to carry, like a torch. Even though it's a wet mop, we're supposed to carry it. We're supposed to be on the board, moving accordingly. And a lot of us aren't. A lot of us are doing things that we quote unquote shouldn't do, or aren't seen as polite, or things that people do in our society. Or like sometimes I really wonder if people realize how much of this has been staged. Like how much of this world we live in has been set up and arranged just so you find these things, you get stuck in these things. It's really fascinating to think about. But I'm hoping that if anyone is able to leave America and like get somewhere else, leave and be free or whatever, like I hope you do it. Like I know that some people don't want to talk about that. I'm too poor to leave. But even if I had the money to leave, I feel like that would be crazy at this point. I feel like between me and you, I feel like I've learned enough to where I really think I can be helpful in ways. I do not think I'm going to be the most helpful, but I do think that like when it comes to talking to white people, when it comes to talking about race, in terms of like the gaslighting around mixedness and whiteness, like yes, like I'm really comfortable and I'm really hoping that when I start going to this community center, I can start having real conversations, because like white people have to talk, and I know nobody black wants to hear that. I know. And so I'm gonna have to volunteer as tribute, bitch. And so again, I'm not saying this to be giving myself too much. I'm just more so saying that like I'm at a point where like I really feel like I could talk to a white person and at least extract and also offer enough to where maybe we could collaborate on doing anything in terms of like reparations. Cause like I'm not trying to like waste my time. I don't think there's any good ones anymore. I want to see. I kept my heart open for a long time, many years. I allowed white people to tell me what they said, or tell me a lie, or tell me what I thought was true, whatever the case may be. Like, I've done enough. Like, I don't need to go out there anymore. Sure, there may be some white people who will treat me well. I don't care about that at this point. What I care about is making sure that when I'm in their presence or in proximity, I racialize them immediately, because that's another thing that like that's another part of being a token. Like a token allows you to be a like with like when you're a token, you're prioritizing that white person's comfort. You're thinking about ways that like you don't want to disturb or distress them. And I think about the ways that like with my friend right now that I was thinking about. Like I feel like I go between like I'm not sure if like I'm being a token or if like I'm actually like being my real self, and like I'm just scared. Like there's just moments where like I feel like I'm over explaining, but it's like I feel like they don't understand, and I know that they don't understand. So I'm trying to help them understand me, but I'm also like holding that like they're curious. Like it's not just me word vomiting about something, like they're asking questions at the same time. I feel like every time I talk to them, I feel like they remind me that like there are gonna be white people that just don't know what to do, but also like it's not on anybody black to be teaching them. But I'm not trying to say that I can teach anybody white anything. What I'm trying to consider is that like there are white people that really are like, I want to do something. And it's like, well, give these people some money. Like I feel like that's my thought process is like sending them mutual aid flyers of people that need support. Like I'm thinking about the ways that like there are white people who can uplift things to bigger networks of people. But again, it's the ways that like having the confidence to tell somebody white, like, or even ask certain questions. Like, I haven't always been there. And again, dating white people didn't make it easier for me to talk to white people at all. In fact, it probably made it so I was insulated around like good ones. And so, how much could really be done? Again, I don't purport to know every fucking thing. This is my first time here. I'm comfortable noting that. Some people will really operate like they should have did something different. Bitch, when? On your first time? On your first time here, you're supposed to do something different. It don't make sense. It makes sense that this is your first time here and you're taking stock of shit and then you try to figure out what the fuck to do next? Sure. But babe, it's your first chance, your first shot. And it's still going. How beautiful, right? Like it's not over. First shot, still shooting. Mm. Oh, really? Damn. Thank you for telling me about TikTok. Thank you so much. Because again, I don't know anything about TikTok for real. I feel like they probably will take me out. But hear me out. I have a TikTok. I've been posting shit. Don't nobody really care. I just feel like I don't know how many likes you need to get to go live. That's the only thing. I don't know if I can go live yet. But I know that I've been posting on there. I have a little bit of a followership. I'm so grateful for anyone that follows me on there. I don't be posting on there because I'm old and I really don't know how to fucking do that shit. But I'm learning every motherfucking day, bitch. Just wait. Also, next Sunday I will be here. There's a winter solstice. I'm not sure if people are aware, but December 21st is actually the longest day of night. It's the winter solstice. It is one of the darkest days skywise. And so it's a lot of times like that day where people are, you know, they've been planning, they've been adapting for the loss of food, the loss of heat. There's so many layers to what the winter solstice meant to like early humans. And now, we're able to be in our homes and we have heat and we hopefully have food and blankets and things that keep us warm. But this was actually a time where people had to start learning like how to shift, like when the food supply was running low, when there was no fresh produce or fresh vegetable, like just again, like there was a lack of resource during this time of the year, and it was hard. And I think about the ways that some of us are in the midst of learning a new way of surviving. Just like some people learned during the depression, like some people learned during some times in life a while ago, seemingly how to care for themselves and how to survive through anything or a lot of things. And so, no, there's a part of me that just thinks right now we're in a time where people they're not, I don't think they realize like all of this shit could really disappear. And it's again, I think it's because it's scary more than anything. It's terrifying to think about how like what we've been pouring into could really go. And I think what's scarier is like since COVID, there's just been this sense of like, what do we do next? What's next? It's like, what do you do when you get people to hold that they'll never own a home? What do you do after you tell generations that their world is dying and withering? Like it really makes me think of like just the psychological operation of all these awful things to hear. And again, the ways that the mainstream news will never tell you that there are mushrooms literally eating all of the bullshit that capitalism is putting in our atmosphere, and obviously not fast enough to impact enough change for us to talk about real loudly, but enough to where like this research is being done. But again, it's like it's so much easier to tell you about the war, about, and I'm not saying we shouldn't be hearing about them, but I'm saying like it's like I just find that America is being put into an even smaller cup. Like we've always been in a cup, but now we're in an even smaller one, and people are like, "What happened to that bigger cup?" Or like, "Wait, what?" And then there's some people who are like, "This cup could be smaller," and it's like, "Whoa!" Like I think that's the wildest part about this part of history is how some people really think it could be a much smaller cup, and some people are like, "I remember when the cup was big," and it's like, let's break the cup. Like that's where I'm at. I'm like, let's break the cup and figure out who the fuck put us in there so we can beat their ass. But we're gonna keep on looking at black people crazy for fucking somebody white. Huh. It's easier to do that. It's so much easier to do that, right? Than to acknowledge like the colonized systems that are again not just white people. Like there's layers to this harm. And when we talk about it, we have to. We have to. Oh, keyword. Good to know. Thank you for telling me that. Listen, so far I've been good on TikTok, like in terms of like getting on there for real. I'm really just hoping that some other app opens up. Like that's really where I'm at. I'm just hoping another app opens up. But I feel like the way TikTok is moving right now, there are so many people like trying to become like TikTok famous so that they can like get money off of TikTok, which is like, whoa, like I didn't see that coming. But I mean, obviously YouTube has made it like lucrative, but YouTube is not paying like it used to. But then again, people aren't watching like they used to. I think it's twofold. I think people are being way more selective about who they're watching, and I also think people are not. I don't know. Like it's weird. It's like people are online escaping, but it's like where they are is fascinating. Like I feel like the recipe people and the dog video people. I know them bitches are eating. Anyways, listen, I'm about to dip. Thank you for sitting with me for so long and getting crazy high. I've been smoking a strain called Space Candy, which is sativa as fuck, and a strain called Jaw Magic, which is pretty heady. Like they're both pretty sativa, so it was a chill time for me. Like I said though, we have a summer solstice party. I feel like talking is so silly. But next Sunday I'll be here. We're gonna do tarot card readings. We're gonna do a horoscope on the day just because it's been something that's been fun to me. I love doing horoscopes now. Low key, like it's always fascinated me. I'm like, how the fuck do people know what the energy is on? And like you have to literally learn like degrees, you have to learn numerology, and then you have to learn like the rulers of certain numbers. It's actually a lot, bitch, but it's fun. Like I live to look at the planets and see what they're on because I'd be like, bitch, for real? Like there's just moments where I'm just cackling. Like low key today, before I leave you, I'm gonna read you the Venus horoscope for today. Or the energy that Venus is on today, which I thought was really beautiful, which is why I wanted to come through today. Because when I read what I read, I was like, oh, I was like, what a cute little way of reminding us that there is more out here. But yeah, what I like to do is I'll type in like what degree are the planets in today. And I usually get my screenshot from this website called like Jessica Adams. I don't know her for real, but she always has accurate degrees of the planets. And so today Venus is at 17 degrees Sagittarius. And so 17 degrees Sagittarius is an Easter sunrise service. It says renewal of the urge to live. Bitch. The goddess of love said, it's not over. Without ritual remembrance, one may forget all too easily that life is a great gift, a miracle, and a joy. Remembrance of sacredness. Winter tends to put us into closer awareness of hardship because it is cold and dark and nothing is growing in the garden. Life is only cruel for so long. Then a reprieve is granted, a dawn. Ooh, a dawn or springtime after cold winter. The celebration of rebirth is powerfully ritualized at Easter for Christians and strongly underlines the spiritual aspect of this message that we do not die. The essence of who we are is above death. Listen, Sagittarius, 17 degrees, look into it. If people are not interested or are not into the degree theories, please take a moment, look at your birth chart, look at the degrees, and just let me know if it don't add up, because it's the ways that I read my partner's not degree, but like they have a Mercury in Scorpio, and the shit had me screaming laughing. It was saying Mercury and Scorpio is very okay with silence and will literally let some shit die. Like will literally let a question turn into a silence. And it had me screaming because like he's that. Like he's so like when he wants to say something, he'll say it, but he can't just have a conversation on the spot. I'm so the opposite. Like I have so many things to say. But it was funny to read that because it really had me sitting with the reality that like he can be communicative a lot, but when he's put on the spot about something and he really doesn't think that thing, or again, I have anxious attachment, so sometimes I'll be like, do you really love me? Because I don't know. Like, again, I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. Sometimes I'll be like, I don't know. And then he'll do something and I'll be like, oh, you really fuck with me. Like, oh my God. Like, and again, it's the ways that like clearly anxious attachment. Like I do be getting worried about our relationship not working out. Sure. For so many reasons. But again, it's the ways that there's moments where I'll be like, damn, like this action that you did is giving you really like me. And he's like, I love you. And I'm like, thank you for saying that. But again, I need the affirmations. I need that. As some of y'all have heard, I don't have a family. So how often are people telling me they love me and I can really trust it? So I think about layers to this conversation where like sometimes, you know, you be in a relationship with somebody and let the shit be going right. That could be scary as fuck. And again, it's like some of us don't even realize like things could be going well in a relationship. But can you even talk about it? Can you even talk about your insecurity? Like I think about that too, like how I've never felt more vulnerable in a relationship. I've never told my partner more intimate things than this connection. And again, it's the ways that in the past I was very much afraid of my partner perceiving me in all different types of ways. In this relationship, I'm aware that like it's okay if I don't feel my best. He understands. And again, the ways that we'll perform in a relationship, just for what? Like, who is supposed to love the performer? Like, damn. There are times where you're not even in the room, and I still have to work on that. Like, there are definitely times where I feel embarrassed about certain things, and it's like he do not give a fuck. But it's the ways that like I'll still have that moment of like, oh my God, like you know, like again, there have just been some things that have happened medically where I was just like, I don't know, like, would someone want to leave someone for this? And it's like, even thinking that, like, bitch, you have a medical issue. Like, fuck this man. But again, the ways that when you're in a relationship, you're trying to figure out, like, is this crazy? And it's like, no, bitch, you're alive and thank God. But again, the ways that, like, being with people, being in a relationship, that could save your life. And I think about that too. That, like, some of us, even if we are lonely as fuck, you know, like even if we're lonely as fuck, having someone that just checks on you, not even romantically, but the reality is a lot of people benefit from being so close to someone, especially now, which again is so terrifying because it's like, damn, like I can understand again staying somewhere just because you don't want to be going through that. And the ways that people will think you're fucking weird or low self esteem or all these things when really you don't want to be broke again. You don't want to jump out the window. Like there's so many reasons why you would do certain stuff. But again, I'm saying all this to say that like I definitely have moments where I'm just like, damn, like, am I worthy? Like, do you still want to be with me? Like, I don't ask these questions because like I don't have to, but I think these things. And again, the ways that like there have been times where again I met him on the booty app, not to diminish him, just to name that like I wasn't looking for anything. And now I'm like, damn, like you are probably the most like stable person I've ever dealt with. And the reality of that I've been on all these dating sites and there was a man on the booty app who treats me the best. It's funny when you really think about it, but I'ma go. I love y'all. Okay. All right. Bye, babies. Bye, babies. Meliza, I missed you. I hope you're doing well, Julie. Oh, I love y'all so much. Just thank y'all for everything. Thank you, Kaya. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.